Hi everyone. Uh, so sorry, I will do an official opening. I will welcome you all today. I'm your guest, but also you are my guest. So I will be starting with the Yemeni tradition greetings. Then I will Guantanamo welcoming songs. Then I would like to shake hands with each of you. Then John will do the official opening. First of all, السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يا هلا مرحبا رحبوا حياكم الله أهلا وسهلا هلا ومرحبا مليون. This is the Yemeni tradition greetings. Guantanamo greetings, special songs that empower us for years. And it defeated the interrogations and the interrogators and the abusers at Guantanamo. The songs wasn't meant that way. It was meant to encourage the weak. It was meant to welcome, and when they used to bring new groups from Afghanistan to Guantanamo, a long journey to Guantanamo, sometimes 40 hours to 50 hours, detainees would go through hell. They would prepare them for interrogation. So during the journey, they would get beating, sleep deprivation, and immediately they would go through the process station, then to the interrogation rooms. So what we do, when they brought the new groups, we would sing collectively in one voice. Imagine 200 or 300, all the blacks sing at the same time with one voice. The song sound like a thunder. And it was like that. حبا حبا باللي جا يا مرحبا باللي جا. And we all would repeat that over and over and over again. When the new prisoners hear that, they would say, "What? You know, people live in a camp here. It's a summer camp. It's not a jail." So when they brought him to the cages, like they take the hood cover on the cage, "What were you singing for? We're enjoying it." You said, "Yes, we welcome you." So the song means welcome, welcome by the one who welcome. Interrogators took that as a challenge, took that, they would harass us. And I don't want to take more time, sorry. So now I would like to shake hands with you because this is my first time to be in a gathering like that in the last 21 years. Of course, in my country, in Yemen, we have tribe like that, like hundreds of people. Thank you. And I'm actually a speaker for my tribe in Yemen. So I would like to welcome you all today. You are my guest, special guest. I love you all. And this is one of the best moments in my life. And the first time that I could see, I feel I am a free man today in this country, in this place, with you. And I cannot say much because I need more time. I would like to shake hands with you all, and you can start now.
Mansoor Adayfi, ladies and gentlemen. What does Mansoor Adayfi have to do with Julian Assange? It has everything to do with Julian Assange. It gives the openness for truth, not to criminalize the person who has not become and done crimes, the journalists, the publishers. You have a face there. Welcome to this meeting. Thank you for coming. A wonderful group in the middle of sunny Norway. We are being streamed on 4 continents. A lot of people have gathered for dinners where they watch the streaming and discuss freedom of expression, the right to know, Guantanamo, and Julian Assange's fate. You can see from the program that we have a lot of good people, good voices here. I will not go through that list, but I'll invite just maybe I should introduce myself. My name is John Y. Jones, part of Networkers and a group called Set Julian Free Norway. And you can go to that webpage. You have the programs and a lot of information about Julian and the case and updating on what's happening to Julian. Now we're going to start with, and you have already been introduced, I've given up to control a prisoner from Guantanamo. But Mansoor came with a plane last night, the first time he's been flying in 21 years without handcuffs. So I'm going to invite Erling Borgen to say a few words, introduce his film, and I think he has some ideas about a dialogue with Mansoor as well. I don't think he used all your points already, Erling, but you have a time here.
Okay.
Erling has made a tremendous film about Guantanamo. One of the Norwegians who knows what this is about. He knows what Norwegians have been part of. He knows what we can do and what we should not do. Erling.
Mansoor, I need you here. Yes, you must come here.
Okay, sorry guys, maybe later.
Mansoor, welcome so much to Norway. I've only talked like 1 hour with you before, but I read parts of your book. I've seen 2 interviews with you. You write articles. You are one of the worst prisoners from Guantanamo, 441. Why did they call you one of the worst prisoners?
First of all, I would like to welcome you all. Secondly, I would like to thank the Norwegian government. They were very supportive and very helpful. And I get exceptional visa to come to Norway. Guantanamo, before we jump to my honored title, one of the worst, Guantanamo was created outside of our humanity, outside of the legal system, outside of justice. It's a dark hole in history. So, who control the media can control the narrative, right? That's what the Americans did. They kidnap people. They call it rendition. It's again play with words. It was well-played game. Dan Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, and George W. Bush, they said, these prisoners, the worst of the worst, vicious killers. So today I am one of the worst, not to you, maybe to them, because all of us, the one who stand for justice and freedom and for human rights, in their eyes, we are the worst of the worst, regardless.
Mansoor, I must say that I'm quite impressed by you. When you came to Guantanamo, you could not speak one English word. And now you speak like this, studying at Guantanamo. So may I ask you, you were only 18 years old when they arrested you. What happened?
I was 18 years old when I was sold to the CIA. They didn't arrest me. I was sold to the CIA by one of the warlords. I was in a research mission. So I was sold as Al-Qaeda commander and 9/11 insider. I was sold as an Egyptian general. When Americans invaded Afghanistan, the airplanes were throwing leaflets offering a large bounty of money for anyone who can bring Arabs or foreigners or Taliban or Al-Qaeda. And the higher the rank you told them, the more money you got. If you just bring someone who is a normal person, $5,000 to $50,000 to $100,000 to $500,000. So this is how it is about money.
Do you know what was your price?
Maybe 100 to 200,000, I don't know. It's a lot of money. Because when you look at my profile, 9/11 insider, Al-Qaeda commander, you know. Even in Guantanamo, some of the camp officers, how are you, sir? Good morning, sir. What's going on there? Later, I came to know, they said, yeah, you are a general. I said, okay, I'm the second general in history after Alexander.
But actually, what did you do in Afghanistan?
We were in a research mission. There was like an institute in Yemen who was doing some research of a new ideology and new groups that arise, because as you know, in the 1990s, there was a vacuum and there was a rise of Al-Qaeda, especially in Arab Peninsula. And the institute was funded by the Saudi Arabia, and the head of the institute was asked to write a book to encounter the new ideology. And our contact in Afghanistan was also a charity organization from Saudi Arabia, funded by the Saudi Arabia. It's a front for the Saudi intelligence, basically, how it works. So we went there, like, as you know now, back then, there was no internet, no Mr. Google, no Mrs. YouTube, wherever. So if you need to write a book, especially to dismantle such idea, you need to have like a very close view to the opinion, to the ideology, to whatever they have. You need to talk to them, to meet with them, to observe them. I was just a researcher assistant.
As a journalist, I've interviewed many victims of torture, and I know some could speak about it, others won't speak about it. So excuse my question. Can you tell us a little bit about the torture you experienced?
You can ask anything you want, basically, because I have made peace with Guantanamo. We are friends, because I wear the orange color now. So the torture, you know, you mean the torture started in the black sites in Afghanistan? CIA created the black sites around the world, you know, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, Morocco, Egypt, and other countries. Torture took places in land, on the sea. They would take some prisoners to the aircraft carriers. Prisoners tortured on the sky while transferring them and interrogating them while, you know, like they call the rendition again. Then they, again, on the land, different military bases. Some countries rented their prison to the CIA for money. So when you talk about the torture, it's not new to humanity. It has been centuries. But when it's done by a country that preaches democracy, human rights, and freedom, and claim to be one of the front defenders of human rights, this is the worst ever. You know, Americans control the media. They can control the narrative, as we say, the worst of the worst. So the torture took physically, mentally, and psychologically, especially in the black side, they had no limitation. And nobody knows how many people really imprisoned in the black side and how many people lost their life there. Sometimes, wallahi, I feel I'm lucky because I'm here to talk to you today. There are people we don't know about. Torture came in many forms and many ways. You know, in Guantanamo in 2010, when we were allowed to watch TV, I watched those drones targeting civilians across the world. At that time, I told my brothers, I feel I'm lucky here because I have my limbs. I'm alive. Because people under the drone attacks, so I shifted that because it's, again, wipe entire families. So the torture, I think in this period, after what they call the war on terror, I think it's one of the most vicious torture in U.S. history because it was done systematically, it was done officially, approved by the government. It was spent hundreds of millions of dollars, as we know when they started developing what they call enhanced interrogation technique. Again, play with words. So what the Americans did exactly, they constructed a language that served the narrative. Kidnapping, they call it rendition. Torture, they call it enhanced interrogation technique. When you feel like the difference between torture and enhanced interrogation technique, enhanced interrogation technique make it like sound beautiful, sound like soft. But when you hear like torture, it is vicious, like make you angry. Rendition or kidnapping. So detainees or prisoners of war. So this is how they constructed the language to direct the narrative to serve their...
Can I ask, 779 people ended up in Guantanamo. Today you have 30 prisoners left. What has happened to the people who stayed in Guantanamo for so many years being tortured? What do we know about them?
Guantanamo is a symbol of torture, injustice, lawlessness, abuse of power. Guantanamo is a symbol of a death sentence, basically. And the youngest detainee was in Guantanamo. Just please, I need you to guess. What do you think the youngest detainee age was in Guantanamo, the youngest one? Can you tell me an answer, please? 14. No, you have to go down. It was 3 months old. A baby brought with his father. He also kept in the hospital, but his father was with us. And he was released with his father the first year. The oldest was 105 years old. So 779 men. I would like to refer to American statistics. Seton Hall Law School published a report in 2006 that 86% of the prisoners were either mistaken identity or sold for bounty money, and only 8% suspected to have ties to Al-Qaeda and Taliban. Okay? Now, 30 men remain in Guantanamo. Some of them have been cleared in 2010, yet they're still there. 3 forever prisoners, one of them one of the most tortured prisoners in US history, Abu Zubaydah, and 10 on military commission. And if we are going to talk about the military commission, it's another set of, it's not a military commission, but it's a new system created in Guantanamo to try these 10 men accused of plotting 9/11.
You were released from Guantanamo in 2016, but you're from Yemen, but you ended up in Serbia. How come?
Sorry. I was dragged to Guantanamo, blindfolded, hooded, chained, shackled in the orange jumpsuit. Also, when I was released, I refused to leave Guantanamo because I don't want to go to Serbia. Because history and people advised me not to. I was by force chained to the force-feeding chair. We're going to, this is time to talk about the force-feeding chair. You can see it here. Oh, sorry.
It's there.
Yeah, it's there. This is the force-feeding chair. So basically the same chair. I was chained, and I was transferred to Serbia against my own will. So Obama administration, when he failed to close the detention, they needed to release as those who has been cleared for release. As a Yemeni, the Congress banned any Yemeni go back to Yemen. So we had no place to go. They had to find us a country. And I was released to Serbia against my own will. When I arrived to Serbia, I found it, I was told, you are here for 2 years, and you live under restrictions. So life after Guantanamo, we call it Guantanamo 2.0.
Yeah. We are running out of time because we are going to see this documentary, but I have 2 left questions. In Norway, no minister, no prime minister have ever criticized the Guantanamo base and confronted the Americans with that. Do you have a message to the Norwegian politicians?
You know, it's not just to the Norwegian politicians, to international community and to everyone. Please, we needed to call for the closure of Guantanamo. Guantanamo is not just about me or about those men who are still there. It's about us all as humans. And such place shouldn't exist. Such place give some kind of legits to tyrants around the world.
Now we will show a documentary we made a couple of years ago about one Guantanamo prisoner that was killed inside the base. Did you know him?
3 of them, they were my brothers. We were together on force feeding, hunger strikes. We fought together, we lived in solitary confinement to fight against the torture abuses in the detention. So I was part of their life. They were part of my life too. So sometimes I feel guilty because they live in a coffin. And I left as a free man. You know, I was just yesterday to talk to one of the father of Yasser's father. He sent a video. I wish we could play it. And yeah, I know them very well.
We will hear much more about you and from you during this day. But so far, I will thank you so much for coming from Serbia to Norway. And it's great to have you here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Mansoor Adayfi and Erling Borgen. The program was hijacked by Mansoor, rightly so. Beautiful, thank you. But we will have some music before the film. Hasse Farmen has written a strong text in Norwegian, which you will listen to in Norwegian. Our international guests will see it in English on the screen. And Hasse will say 3.5 words before he starts singing.
Mansoor, you ruined my setup here. You're a hard act to follow. Just say a few words. When I was asked to play this song, I thought it needed a sort of introduction, just a few words about how it came about. And in 1970, President Richard Nixon invited Johnny Cash to play at the White House. And he was a big Johnny Cash fan. And so in his invite, he enclosed a wish list of songs that he wanted Johnny Cash to play. But he got more than he bargained for. Johnny Cash and his band rolled up at the White House and walked on stage, and Johnny Cash had his own set list with him. And one of the songs was a new song that he'd written, and it was called What is Truth? And it was written to, in his own words, in his biography, it was written to the youth of America protesting in the streets outside the White House, and protesting that they were probably next in line to be sent to Southeast Asia and fight in the President's War. So you could claim that Johnny Cash that night sang Truth to Power. This is called An Enemy of the People, and it latches on to the Johnny Cash song called What is Truth? Jag är Johnny Cash. Jag är mannen i svart i det vita hus. Jag synger för presidenten med ungdomens ensamma stämma som säger: vad är sannhet? Herr president, vad är sannhet? I have to say one word. The odd one out here is perhaps Steve McQueen. But his last film, his ever film he was in, and which he championed, was An Enemy of the People. And he plays the main character in Ibsen's play, An Enemy of the People, Dr. Stockman. So that's why he's included. Jeg steamer queen. Jeg rir min triumf for sannheten i en folkefiende. Og jeg Ella Marie. Jeg lenker meg til sannheten om vår moder jord. Og jeg Greta med en ubehagelig sannhet eller 22. Og jeg kvinnen som sitter og strikker utenfor Rema midtvinters og smiler når det går forbi. Og jeg Johnny Cash. Jeg synger med ungdommens ensomme stemme. Hva sannhet? Hva sannhet? Og jeg Albert Einstein. Jeg ga deg universets sannheter og viet mitt liv til fred på jord. Og jeg mannen med handlevognen under treet ved elvebredden som alltid ligger og leser i sin bok. Og jeg mannen i den gule regnfrakken. No shoot, make love. Og jeg Johnny Cash. Jeg synger med ungdommens ensomme stemme. Hva sannhet, herr president? Hva sannhet? Og jeg Julian Assange. 175 år på ene celle for sannheten. Og jeg Jesus fra Nazaret, Palestina, på et kors for sannheten. Og jeg Lucifer Sam, han du ikke trodde var sann. Og jeg Johnny Cash. Jeg synger med ungdommens ensomme stemme. Hva sannhet? President, hva sannhet? Og jeg Thomas Stockmann. Jeg Thomas Stockmann. Men stopp en halvmann. De steinet vårt hjem da jeg ga dem sannheten. Og jeg Steve Queen. Jeg rir min triumf i min siste triumferende rolle for sannheten. I en folkefiende. I en folkefiende. Og jeg Johnny Cash. Jeg synger med ungdommens ensomme stemme. Hva sannhet, herr president? Hva sannhet? Sannhet alt vi har.
Takk skal du ha, Hasse. Og nå det tilbake til Guantanamo og Erling Borgens film.
طبعا من المؤكد أن خبر وفاة يعني الابن محزن ومؤلم جدا. وكنت أنا في ذاك الوقت في سفر خارج المدينة التي أسكن فيها، ولكن طبعا حاولت أن أتماسك لأنه حتى أعود إلى المدينة وأتكلم مع والدته بهدوء وحتى تتقبل الأمر وتصبر. كان أيضا الذين رافقوا الجنازة أعداد كبيرة جدا من الناس، آلاف المشيعين كانوا يرافقون الجنازة، والجميع كان يردد بالتكبير. لا شك شعور الأب الذي فقد ابنه في حادثة مثل هذه، لا شك شعور يعني صعب وصفه بالكتابة أو بالتعبير، لكنه شعور يعني شعور بالحزن الشديد والألم، ولكنه أيضا شعور يدفعني إلى أن أتابع هذا الأمر حتى يعني نهاية المطاف، ومتابعة هؤلاء الذين ارتكبوا هذه الجريمة حتى آخر الدنيا.
To my dear parents, I can tell you the good news, that my health is good, thank God. It is only a few days that God has written for me here. Be patient. This is God's will.
وأما ما حصل لابني فهو جريمة بكل المقاييس، جريمة فيها خسة ودناءة وجبن حقيقة، يعني ما هي رجولة. أن يقتل أسير أعزل داخل سجن يعذب عذاب طويل ثم يقتل، أين الرجولة في هذا؟ نعم، عندما أخبرني بعض المسؤولين بوصول الجثة إلى الرياض في مستشفى الشميسي، ذهبت لمشاهدة الجثة ودخلت إلى مكان التشريح الطب الجنائي، وألقيت نظرة على جثة ابني رحمه الله. طبعا كانت آثار التعذيب بادية جدا على الجثة، رغم أنه فعلمت فيما بعد أن الأمريكان حاولوا يخفوا هذه الآثار، لكنها كانت واضحة، كان هناك كسر في هذه المنطقة.
في غوانتنامو استعمل الكلاب كنوع من التهديد والترويع والتخويف، كلاب بوليسية ضخمة، ويأتوا في غرفة التحقيق وأنت مقيد ويأتي بالكلب، ويأتي الكلب ويهجم عليك، ولكن هو يمسكه قبل أن يفعل شيء. في بعض الأحيان يتركون الكلب حتى يمزق ملابسك، وبعدها يدخل عليك المحقق وأنت في نوع من الرعب ونوع من الخوف حتى تتكلم. لو ما تتكلم نأتي بالكلب مرة ثانية.
The first prisoners came to the American Marine base Guantanamo in Cuba in January 2002. In a short time, almost 800 persons from 40 countries were brought to the prison camp. Here, they were kept in the tiger cages that made up Camp X-Ray.
And the administration decided that no laws applied in Guantanamo, no American law, no constitutional law, and because these were so-called enemy combatants or unlawful enemy combatants or whatever term they made up, no international law protected them either. No Geneva Conventions, no Convention Against Torture. So you're outside the law. When you're outside the law, you essentially have no personality. I mean, you're as if you don't exist.
Gosh, I've spent my whole life representing people on death row in America, and Guantanamo as a prison is worse than any death row in the United States.
This is a blot on America's reputation. that's stained its reputation for the humane treatment of prisoners in wartime in a way that is probably going to take generations to cure.
We were thrown on top of each other. Many people were thrown on top of each other like boxes of something. And then somebody's legs in your stomach and your head, your leg probably, or your feet or your hand on top of somebody else. So many people were inside the plane. And then there were ropes, and the rope was very tight, held from both sides of the plane inside. It was like a cargo plane. No chairs, nothing, you're on the floor. And then you tied down, and people were sick because they were tortured in background. Many people's health condition wasn't normal. People were sick, were throwing up, people had malaria.
More than half of the prisoners in Guantanamo, by number, were sold to the Americans for bounties by the Pakistani government. What this means is that for $5,000 a person, the Pakistanis would sell someone to the US. That would translate, in Europe, given the relative incomes, to about $250,000. If I offered you $250,000 to just say that some guy was in Tora Bora in 2001, would you do it? And I think this helps explain why there was such a catastrophe of mistakes there in Guantanamo.
The U.S. intelligence services offered massive bounties in Pakistan and Afghanistan after September 11th. We've seen copies of these flyers. It's basically a picture of a bearded Arab behind bars and a fistful of U.S. dollars, and it says, hand us the terrorists and we can make sure that you and your village live well for many years. And, basically if you were a foreigner in the region at that time, you were swept up and sold.
The Guantanamo prisoners and their families have established their own human rights organization in London. The organization holds meetings where common problems are addressed.
I put my hand in the cell to give him the toilet paper. 7 years, brothers and sisters and friends, 7 years is the date today, since Guantanamo was opened and shown to the people around the world with the pictures of the men kneeling in orange suits, wearing blackened out goggles, earmuffs, and face masks, made to look like the extraterrestrial beings we were supposed to be.
Muazzam Beg is leading the organization for the Guantanamo prisoners. He himself was held at Guantanamo for 3 years. The USA had claimed he was an Al-Qaeda terrorist, but released him after 3 years. He has never been indicted for anything.
Sometimes I fall asleep and I see myself walking. I look at what I'm wearing, and on the top it's a normal sort of casual wear. And when I look down further, I'm wearing orange trousers, orange Guantanamo style trousers. That's just sort of a reminder that, okay, I may be free, but the part that exists and remains with me will always be there, somewhere below the surface.
الحقيقة أن وسائل التعذيب في غوانتانامو كانت كثيرة، وكان منها الكلاب، وهي من أسوأها هذه الكلاب، لأنه كانوا من تعرضوا لها يقولون أنها يأتون بكلاب كبيرة الحجم ضخمة ومدربة على أن تؤذي الناس وتهجم عليهم وتخدشهم وتؤذيهم نفسياً.
It was the American Secretary of Defense, Donald Rumsfeld, who was the architect behind the torture that was used against the Guantanamo prisoners. He approved and authorized many different kinds of torture, such as water torture, use of dogs, exposure to temperature extremes, sexual abuse, and religious harassment.
They beat me up badly. I was fighting, and then when they held me down in chains, they put me down, and somebody was holding my head, and another guard had his fingers, and he pushed 2 fingers inside my eyes. I didn't know what was happening at the time, so I had my eyes open. So his fingers were going inside my eyes, and he was pushing. And the officer, I didn't know what was happening. I was in the corridors on the floor. I didn't want to scream. It was hurting very much, but I didn't want to scream because I feared if I did scream, it will frighten other people in the other cells. So the officer was asking him to do more, to push more his fingers inside my eyes. So he was pushing and pushing until both of my eyes were bleeding, like water came out from both of my eyes.
Rumsfeld himself made jokes about the use of torture. In an endorsement on a torture memorandum, Rumsfeld wrote that he didn't understand the problem of prisoners having to stand a few hours while interrogated. I stand for 8 to 10 hours a day, Rumsfeld joked.
طبعا أنا أعتبر المسؤول المباشر عن قتل ابني هو رامسفيلد وزير الدفاع السابق، لأنه أولا لأنه هو المسؤول عن المعتقل كوزير دفاع، وثانيا لأنه كان يصرح لوسائل الإعلام أنه أعطى إذن بالتعذيب، هو صرح بهذا، وبالتالي أنا أعتبره هو المسؤول عن هذه الجريمة، وأطالب بمحاكمته هو ومن معه من فريق العمل الذي كان ينفذ توجيهاته بهذا الخصوص لهؤلاء الأسرى داخل سجن لا يملكون يعني أي وسيلة للدفاع عن أنفسهم. فبالتالي أنا أطالب بمحاكمة هذا الرجل ومن معه.
The torture methods from Guantanamo were exported to Iraq during the war. The pictures of the torture in the Abu Ghraib prison shook up the whole world.
I would not recommend that Donald Rumsfeld visit any place that has signed the Convention against Torture, and that's most of the countries in the world.
So this is the rec yard. When you compliant, there are 2 per rec yard. There is exercise equipment that they can use. Right here is some information blocks, and the information that's posted there is current events in the country that they came from, other political information that they might be interested in. There's also a calendar, the various holidays that are coming up, and then of course there's the camp rule. We have 17 different languages, 48 different dialects, so it's the top 4 languages, Urdu, Farsi, Arabic, and help me, Senior, Pashto.
No, I was badly attacked by the guards, 15 guards, and dogs, and someone was standing in the watchtower with guns in Camp Delta, in the rec yard of Camp Delta number 1. And then they held me, and they said to each other, "Shall we do it to him?" I didn't know what they meant, but then I understood. They said yes, and they took me up to the sky and held me, because now my legs are chained, my hands are chained like that. And they took me up to the sky, and then they threw me back. They put me down on my face to the floor.
The detainees are fed 3 times a day, and they have a selection of 4 meals: vegetarian, fish, halal, or soft food for those who have problems with their teeth. These are their comfort items, and their basic items is brush and shampoo, clothing, the Quran. Here there's an arrow in every cell, and we get out to the rec yards. Any place the detainees are, there's an arrow that points to Mecca. So we allow the detainees to hang the Quran up in the cell at a higher point.
Yasser al-Zurani from Saudi Arabia was only 17 years old when he arrived at Guantanamo early in 2002. Yasser came from a wealthy Saudi Arabian family where the father was a colonel in the police.
فأصبح له رغبة أن يساعد هذا الشعب بأي صورة من الصور، وبالتالي كان عنده بعض الإلمام بالأمور الإسعافات الأولية فذهب إلى هناك للمشاركة والمساعدة لهذا السبب.
Tez bak. Hey, kalayacağına yetip tahtın verip gelin. Tez. Hey, deme ya.
Miraculously, Yasser al-Zahrani escaped being killed in one of the most brutal massacres of the Afghanistan War, the Battle of Mazar-e-Sharif, in November 2001.
الأخ ياسر الزهراني أول ما لاقيته كان في قلعة جانجي في مزار شريف، وهذاك الفترة وقلعة جانجي المذبحة اللي حصلت في قلعة جانجي مذبحة معروفة. ولما تم تقييدنا والأمريكان والبريطانيين والدستمين فتحوا النار علينا ونحن مقيدين 500 شخص. في الدقيقة الواحد قتل 100 شخص. وفي هذه اللحظة، في هذه الفتح النار اللي فتحوا فيها الأمريكان، أصيب ياسر الزهراني إصابة في رجله، جات رصاصة وضربت عمل في رجله. وبعدها استطعنا أن ننتشر داخل القلعة، وياسر الزهراني ذهب إلى جهة وأنا كنت في جهة. وبعدها قابلت ياسر الزهراني بعد ما خرجنا من القلعة في مستشفى شفرغان، وكان معي داخل المستشفى، وكان مصاب نفس الإصابة اللي أصابها في القلعة. وبعدها انتقلنا إلى قندهار، ومن قندهار إلى غوانتنامو.
The detainee file written about the Guantanamo prisoner Yasser al-Zahrani says that he was trained as a Taliban soldier in a camp in Afghanistan in the autumn of 2001. The U.S. says he was fighting for 3 months in the front line for the Taliban. The young Saudi Arabian boy was also used as an arms dealer for the Taliban, according to a witness.
هي كذبة أخرى تدل على سلسلة الأكاذيب التي تلجأ إليها وزارة الدفاع الأمريكية والحكومة الأمريكية في زمن الرئيس بوش. هذا أصبح يعني شاب في 17 أصبح متدرب ومدرب ثم تاجر أسلحة في 3 أشهر. يعني هذه قوة خارقة جدا، يعني ما يمكن تصديقها.
وكان جميع الإخوة يحبون ياسر الزهراني، لأنه ياسر الزهراني فترة غوانتنامو كله كان في الانفراديات، في زنزان انفرادية، وكان جميع الإخوة يشتاقون لياسر الزهراني حتى يخرج من الزنزانة من الانفراديات ويجتمع مع الإخوة.
The man in this picture is Walid Haj. He was among the first prisoners who were taken to the cages in Camp X-Ray. Walid Haj, from Sudan, was held in Guantanamo for more than 7 years, accused of being a terrorist. Today he is back in his home country. He has not been charged with anything. He lives on the outskirts of the capital Khartoum and has been unemployed since he was released from Guantanamo in 2008.
ومن ضمن أنواع التعذيب الأكثر تعذيب كان يحصل لنا هو التعذيب النفسي بإهانة القرآن الكريم. يعني إهانة القرآن الكريم، يأتي المحقق ويضع القرآن تحت أرجله هكذا ويقول تكلم حتى أرفع رجلي من هذا الكتاب، أنا هذا الكتاب أضعه من أجلك أنت، ويقطع ورق من المصحف ويمسح به الحذاء هكذا. يعني كان نوع من التعذيب النفسي لنا بالقرآن الكريم من هذا الشكل. نعم. وعلاقتي به كانت علاقة حميمة جدا جدا. مرة واحدة جاء جواري في الزنزانة وكان دائما يداعبني ويضحك علي، مثلا يا زول يا سوداني، أعطينا بالله منشودة سودانية. وآخر مرة قبل أن يقتل كان بجواري يقول لي مبسوط إنه جاته رسالة من الوالدين.
The first letter from you came in December 2002. This letter was like cool drops of water on a burning hot day. Thank God for that. During my first days in prison, I had two visions. One of them became reality when my sister got married. May God protect them. I was so happy when I heard of their engagement.
وطبعا هو يريد أن يطمنا أنا ووالدته وإخوانه، وهو يعاني معاناة شديدة في ذاك الوقت حسب ما علمت فيما بعد من زملائه، أنه كان من أشد من يذهبون به إلى السجن الانفرادي ويتعرض للتعذيب ويتعرض للأذى والتحقيق المستمر رغم صغر سنه في ذاك الوقت. يعني هو الحقيقة أنا أعتبره بطل، كان بطلا. لماذا؟ لأنه يعاني معاناة شديدة ويظهر لنا أنه مرتاح ومطمئن حتى لا ننزعج. حصل هذا الحادث وهاج السجناء ومنهم ابني كان في مقدمة من يتأثر بإهانة القرآن الكريم، لم يكن يصبر، فكان يتصدر المعترضين ويتصدر مواجهة الحراس لهذا السبب.
Yasser used hunger strikes as his protest and weapon at Guantanamo. He recruited several of his co-detainees to join in the hunger strikes.
وهو ليس أمامه إلا أن يضرب عن الطعام ليعبر عن المعاناة التي يعيشها عندما يضرب ويهان ويحرم من النوم ويحرم من كذا ويحرم من الطعام ويؤدي هذا. في النهاية ما يجد أمامه إلا أنه يتوقف عن الطعام الإضراب. هذا الكلام ممكن صحيح.
Every time I woke up at night, and if something make a voice or sad things, I have a child. If he cry at night, I think that is soldiers. He come. He want to open my cell. Want to take me to interrogator or to torture me or like that.
The cameraman Sami Al-Haj worked for Al Jazeera and was on the way to Afghanistan in 2001 when he was arrested by the Pakistani army and handed over to the Americans. They claimed he worked for Al-Qaeda.
They said Al Jazeera have a link with Al-Qaeda and Bin Laden. They asked me who sent the tape to Al Jazeera from Al-Qaeda. And first they think that I'm recording the interview with Osama bin Laden, that Al Jazeera done it. But when I told them I was in Kandahar and that interview done it in Kabul, so they start asking me who is the link between Al Jazeera and Al-Qaeda.
Sami al-Haj was held in Guantanamo for 6 years and 7 months. The Al Jazeera cameraman was interrogated more than 200 times.
They say for you, you will live here until to die. No way to get a release unless to cooperate with us. For me, especially, they asked me to be an agent of CIA. They said this is the way, otherwise you will be here.
Today, Sami al-Haj is heading the Human Rights Office at Al Jazeera. At Guantanamo, he was a close friend of Yasser al-Zerani.
I remember him, Yasser is a quiet man. When I saw him, I remember my small brothers. He is a peaceful man. You can see in his face, he's like a children. And also when he talk or like that, he's a simple man, a simple boy. I surprised, I asked myself many times when I saw Yasser, why is this boy here? Why is this children here? What can this child done wrong to USA? He should not be here, he should be in school.
Sami al-Haj was one of 40 participants in the hunger strikes that Yasser al-Zerani organized inside Guantanamo. The Al Jazeera cameraman was force-fed for more than a year.
They using a big size of tube when they put it inside our nose, and they use it by force and hard. And usually when they take it out, the tube coming with the blood.
This is placed down the nose, okay, into the stomach, where the nutritional support is provided, liquid-wise.
If they want to torture us, they give us more cane. You know, the stomach, when you'll be hungry strike, will be more small. It's not accepted more than 2 skin. But they give us 24 skin. And that you're throwing up, and then they give you more.
هم يريدون أن يطعمون المضرب عن الطعام، ولكن في نفس الوقت استعملوه للتعذيب، وسمكها أكبر من هذاك، وينزل بالقوة إلى أن يعمل تقرحات ويصل المعدة.
Our goal here is to preserve life. What we do is, in someone whose physical health and life is in danger because of the degree of their hunger strike, we will provide nutritional support.
For one person, they used 3 military and 2 nurses.
We often even tell our detainees that our goal is not to break their hunger strike, but just to preserve their life.
Yasser al-Zerani, he starting hunger strike from beginning in Guantanamo, and they torture Yasser.
Most detainees that would require nutritional support, twice-a-day feedings, what we call bolus feedings, in morning and an afternoon feeding.
He have a cage. He continues his hunger strike. Many other people are hung up their hunger strike, but he continues the hunger strike. That's why they sent him to insolation many times.
وأنا وجدت أن الإخوة جميعا مضربين من أجل كتاب الله عز وجل، ورفضوا الطعام لأن كان نوع من إهانة كتاب الله عز وجل وكشف العورة من هذا القبيل، وأضربنا عن الطعام حتى نردع الأمريكان. وجدناه سلاح ضد الأمريكان أن الإضراب يؤثر معهم، وحتى يتوقفوا عن إهانة كتاب الله عز وجل.
You've heard about the feeding chair. They are restrained in a feeding chair, a process that the hunger strikers that we have now are used to. They don't fight it. They're not combative with it. They cooperate with it. They'll tell us which side of the nose they want to use today.
وأنت طبعا لا تستطيع أن تتحرك لأنه يوجد كرسي مقعد خاص. أنت مقيد على الأرجل، مقيد على الأيدي، مقيد على الصدر وعلى الكعب، وأنت في نفس الوقت رقبتك مربوط على المقعد، لا تستطيع أن تتحرك يمين ولا يسار وهم يأتوا.
At night, the 9th of June 2006, Yasser al-Zirani from Saudi Arabia died in the cell block Alpha in Camp Delta at Guantanamo. 2 other prisoners died there the same night. One of them also came from Saudi Arabia. The other one was from Yemen.
At the middle of night, they come and woke up all us. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. All of us. And they ask us to give them all our things inside the cell. And the people, they start shouting, why? I told them, when they doing that, we hearing a car, in ambulance car, the voice of ambulance in the camp of Yasser. I told the people, something happened in that camp. I hearing ambulance. My neighbor, I remember him, Sufyan from Libya. He said for me, even me, I hear that ambulance. After that, we saw something in the face of the soldiers, but nobody talked to us. They close our windows and they stop it the wreck and shower, and they doesn't change for us clothes for long times. And we recognize something bigger happen.
When the military leaders at Guantanamo made public the news of the deaths at Guantanamo, they said that 3 prisoners had been found hanging in their cells. They were supposed to have hung for 2 hours, in spite of the fact that the cells were supervised day and night, both by guards and by video cameras.
One is they videotaped all public areas, and they videotaped the detainees in their cells. None of those videotapes were produced.
The camp leaders said the prisoners had taken their own lives. The 3 of them were said to have planned a suicide campaign as part of a war waged against the USA.
They are smart, they are creative, they are committed. They have no regard in life, neither ours nor their own. I believe this was not an act of desperation, rather an act of asymmetric warfare waged against us.
Yasser's father was never informed about his son's death by the administration at Guantanamo.
طبعا هذه الحادثة هي كان أعلن في وسائل الإعلام أن 3 من المعتقلين في غوانتنامو انتحروا. كان وسائل الإعلام تكلمت عن هذا. بعد 3 أيام تقريبا اتصلت وزارة الداخلية في بلادنا وكلمني مساعد وزير الداخلية بهذا الأمر وتقدم لي التعازي وأخبرني بأن ابني أحد ال3 الذين أعلن أنهم انتحروا. بالإضافة إلى أنه لا يوجد أسباب وسائل ينتحر بها، كذب هذا. بالإضافة إلى أن المعتقل مراقب بالكاميرات على مدى 24 ساعة ومضاء ليلا ونهارا، والحراس لا يغيبون السجناء لا يغيبون عن عين الحراس أكثر من 2 دقيقة، لا يستطيع أن يفعل فيها السجين شيء.
To my dear mother, I have good news for you. I am in the best possible of circumstances. I am not lacking anything, food, drinks, clothes, or anything else. Bring my regards to my sisters and brothers, to all my siblings.
Seton Hall Law School in the state of New Jersey educates some of the best legal practitioners in the U.S. Professor Mark Denbo is heading the Department of Research at the Faculty of Law.
Well, no, I mean, it worked out fine.
For many years, Professor Denbo and his students have followed the developments at Guantanamo. They have, among other things, made a report about what happened that night of death in Camp Delta in 2006.
We spent quite a lot of time trying to figure out how you could both hang sheets and blankets so no one could see the body hanging there, and also have enough material in order to cut it up, tear it, and braid it into strips long enough to hang yourself from a cell that's 8 feet high, and then tie your hands, tie your wrists, and tie your wrists and your feet together, and then put some cloth down your throat. And then they had to, as the government said, make mannequins covered up by sheets that would fool the guards into not seeing these blankets and sheets hanging there. And the question was, where did they get those materials? All I'm able to say is that all the evidence is the investigation that they died hanging in their own cells cannot be true unless you want to believe that the guards were grossly derelict in their duty and the military chose not to punish them, which itself becomes a cover-up. Because obviously if you're going to prosecute guards for having let them hang in their cells, you have to explain how that could happen. Well, if you want to talk about a cover-up, there's videotapes of all the detainees going on constantly with somebody monitoring it. And the videotapes were never produced.
The story about the deaths in Camp Delta took a new and grave turn when Professor Denbo was contacted by the former Sergeant Joe Hickman. Hickman was working as a security guard at Guantanamo when the 3 prisoners died. Hickman wanted to tell the story of a secret prison inside the Guantanamo base. It was called Camp No, a prison that didn't exist. Sergeant Hickman said the 3 prisoners were taken to Camp No the same night that they died.
He saw 3 people being taken out of the camp. The time's a little unclear, 5, 6, 7, something like that. And he knew, because he was able to determine they were, at least one of them, because they were taken one at a time, went to this camp that doesn't exist. Some of his colleagues call it the Secret Squirrel Camp. Others call it Camp No. We don't know exactly how you spell that No.
At times between 2003 and 2006, that facility was used by the American CIA as a detention center, and there was certain equipment installed there that had also been installed in other CIA facilities, particularly including the black sites.
Somewhere around 11:30 or 12, the van came backed up into the clinic, and sometime later, the camp lit up with baseball lights. People are running around, and I guess you'd call her a medic or a corpsman, whom he'd known. He said, "What happened?" She said, "There's 3 dead guys with rags shoved down their throats." Or 3 people committed suicide by shoving rags down their throats.
So that prisoners would be brought there from the other camps and would be interrogated there. And it's a place where they could be interrogated out of the hearing of other prisoners.
Scott Horton is one of America's most prominent human rights lawyers. Horton told Hickman's story about the secret Camp No in an article in Harper's Magazine. The article caused a great stir, and the FBI sent investigators to Guantanamo.
They had the FBI agents march to the top of the towers where the soldiers were working and checked out what they saw, and then they came back and reported Hickman could not possibly have observed the suicides in the Alpha Block because you can't see inside the Alpha Block from those towers. That was the official Department of Justice report. Has nothing to do with their account. Nothing to do. Their account is not that the suicides occurred in the Alpha Block. It's exactly the opposite. It's that these 3 prisoners were removed from the Alpha Block, and they obviously could observe all of that, not just observe the process of the prisoners going out to the detention vehicles, but they maintained those guard towers. They were the ones who received the protocols for removal of the prisoners. Of course they knew that they were removed. There's no question about that. So what you get is an FBI report that makes correct statements and is completely irrelevant to the accusations. What does that tell you? I'm not assumed that they were brutally murdered or anything like that. I think that's I think that's quite unlikely. I think it's much more likely that there was an inept or a botched management of some restraining technique that resulted in death. There was no suicide in the Alpha Block that night.
The Center for Constitutional Rights, which has its offices in New York, was established during the Civil Rights Movement in the U.S. in the 1960s. Since then, this independent organization has been fighting for the human rights of many different groups in the U.S. and in other countries. The young lawyers who work in the organization have represented more than 500 of the prisoners at Guantanamo, working together with lawyers from the outside.
I think it was a crime, and I think there are U.S. government officials who are criminals and who need to be held responsible. I think there have been families and men devastated, destroyed by what happened to them, by these detentions and by the torture, and there's been information, but there has been no accountability. And it is a crime, and there should be the people responsible should be held responsible, either in a court of public or a court of law, or even publicly.
On behalf of Colonel Talal al-Zerani, the Center for Constitutional Rights brought an action against Donald Rumsfeld and 23 other American civil servants for what happened in Guantanamo, the night of death in 2006. The court dismissed the case.
The court's basic reason was we brought 2 constitutional claims under the U.S. Constitution, and the court's response to that was to agree with the U.S. government that issues that involve national security and foreign policy are for the executive branch. They are not the business of the courts.
Yasser al-Zerani was just 22 years old when he died. After the American doctors had made their autopsy, he was sent back to Saudi Arabia. The young man's dead body was sent to a hospital in Riyadh. The father hadn't seen his son for 5 years.
وطبعا الحنجرة كانت منزوعة وكان هناك آثار للتعذيب في أعلى الصدر، ضربات وخدوش، وكان هناك أيضا شعر اللحية هذا كله منزوع نزع، لا يوجد هنا شعر لحية فقط الجهة اليمنى، وأيضا الذراع كان فيه آثار ضرب حقن إبر كثيرة جدا.
After the medical experts performed their autopsy on Yasser al-Zerani in Saudi Arabia, they wrote a letter to their American counterparts asking why the larynx had been removed. They also addressed 8 other issues they didn't understand.
ولكن طبعا إلى الآن حسب معلوماتي لم يرد الأمريكان، لم يردوا إلى الآن. وهذا طبعا عدم ردهم على مدى مرور الآن 4 سنوات دليل على أنه لا يوجد عندهم يعني إلا الكذب.
Professor Patrice Mangan is one of Europe's most well-known pathologists and experts on forensic medicine. He is the head of the Institute of Forensic Medicine in Lausanne, Switzerland. Right after the death of the 3 prisoners in Guantanamo in 2006, he was engaged by the family of the dead prisoner from Yemen to make his autopsy. 3 Swiss pathologists traveled to Yemen to perform the autopsy.
The corpse was laying on a table without running water, without good spotlight on the body, and also it was also difficult because it was there was a lot of spectators. The autopsy took place in the morgue of the mortuary of the military hospital of Sana'a, and I remember that around the table there were at least 20 persons. So it was not easy to work quiet and concentrating only on what you are doing.
From the body of the dead Guantanamo prisoner from Yemen, too, important body parts were missing. This made the work difficult.
Part of the larynx, which represents a very important part of the body in case of hanging or strangulation, was missing, and because it was removed during the first autopsy. So some important constatations were not possible during our second autopsy. So our conclusion was hanging. The diagnosis of hanging was still possible. But with some reservations, since we were not able to examine all the body, and especially this part of the neck. We cannot conclude that it was an execution. We have absolutely no argument to support this hypothesis.
So you cannot conclude?
We cannot conclude with certainty, yes.
Professor Mangan needed additional information and asked the American pathologists who had performed the autopsy on the dead prisoner from Yemen for it.
An official letter was sent to the U.S. authorities asking for more information about the circumstances of how the body was discovered in the prisons, about pictures or photographs of the situation of the body when it was discovered, and also we asked for the descriptions of the lesions noticed by the first pathologist on the larynx, and if possible to get access to the pieces. We propose, as far as I remember, even to travel to the United States and to examine on the spot the pieces, but unfortunately we got no response from the U.S. authorities.
Silence?
Silence, absolutely.
Yasser al-Zirani was buried in the Prophet's Mosque, one of Saudi Arabia's most important mosques, in the Muslim holy city of Medina.
بل أنه عندما يمارس هذه الأشياء ويتجرد من العدالة ومن الحق ومن ويرتكب انتهاكات لحقوق الإنسان ويكذب ويمارس هذه الأمور، فهو يدق أول مسمار في نعشه. الدرس أن ابني قتل ولكنه انتصر على جلاديه. من يصمت على هذا الأمر وهو يستطيع أن يفعل شيء لا شك أنه يشارك في هذه الجريمة بصورة من الصور. ولذلك أنا أنادي بأن يتعاون كل مخلص وصادق وحر وكل من يرغب في تحقيق حقوق الإنسان على الحق والعدالة بالوجه الصحيح أن يشارك في فضح وكشف هؤلاء المجرمين ومعاملتهم بما يستحقون حتى لا تتحول الأمور كلها إلى شريعة غابة.
الله أكبر! الله أكبر!
It seems clear to me that it's the most shameful chapter of this part of American history. Full stop. Rendition, torture, and Guantanamo. I can't see how anyone doesn't see that. To me, it's the modern analog to segregation, to Japanese internment, to any number of things. It's going to say these people were targeted because they were Muslim, then they were abused and held without charge for reasons of panic and racism. That's it.
You need 5 minutes break, eh? So please be back quite soon, but we'll let you know in a few minutes. Nej. Return.
So I think better we do it. We are wear ones, just in case.
Now I have no anymore. But we are going
Where's the handheld mic? There's a handheld mic. Yeah. Would you like to use the restroom?
We'll use the sides.
Yeah,
yes.
that's good.
You will introduce this one.
Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do that. And you'll take this one?
Yes.
I'll give you a chair.
But we'll be there.
Yes, you'll be there. That's
Okay.
it. Okay, there we start again. You see a lot of men and some women up here. Let me just introduce them for you briefly. On my right hand is Craig Murray, just arrived from from Britain. He's a former ambassador. He's a former ambassador from Britain, and today a very staunch voice against atrocities committed by the British. He's an interesting man, of course. The next one is equally interesting. He comes from Iceland. Ögmundur Jónasson goes under the name of Ögmundur. As you know, Icelandic people don't have surnames. They have just father's name. Ögmundur used to be, he's now head of the Constitution Committee in Iceland. He used to be the interior minister, which is actually the second in command in the Icelandic cabinet. And he has a great story. He's the one who brought Eva Joly and Julian Assange to Iceland, actually, to discuss democracy and how to make Iceland a haven for whistleblowers. Then Mansoor, you know. Jeremy Corbyn is the head of the Corbyn project. We used to say he's the best Prime Minister Britain ever had so far. And then Andrej Hunko. He comes from Germany, actually, now. He is a member of the Linke party in Germany. He's a tough voice for Julian and others in that situation. Andrej Hunko. And finally, Deepa, Govindarajan, driver. Deepa is one who has been following the Julian Assange case every day. She's had people queuing up for her because there were only 2 people coming in at a time, so she couldn't get up 3 o'clock in the morning every day, all year. But Deepa is a tough voice for Julian. Deepa will lead the discussion afterwards, but now Stefania Maurizi, a journalist from Italy, who's written the most updated and well-founded book on Julian and the case and Sweden's atrocities against Julian Assange. Stefania. Maybe I promised somebody to share a little of the program so far, okay? Or an extension of this meeting, okay? On this session. This will be going on until more or less 17:30. At 17:30, we will have a short break because musicians will be coming in. Norway's, in my view, 2 best jazz musicians, Tord Gustafsson and Trygve Seim, will be framing in the session. And the session will have Mansoor and Jeremy, and then we'll finish quite sharply, 18:30. Okay?
Great. So, first of all, thank you. Thank you to John for inviting me. Thank you for being here. So one of the questions you might have is why an Italian journalist? Why an Italian journalist is is here. Well, I'm here to discuss with you a case which, if I hadn't followed for the last 14 years, I would have never believed what I have seen. I have been there from the very beginning, even before Julian Assange WikiLeaks became famous all around the world. And had I not seen what I have seen, I had not followed it, had I not investigated it in depth, I would have never believed. So I work for Il Fatto Quotidiano. Previously, I worked for La Repubblica, one of the two Italian top newspapers. And I have worked as an investigative journalist for the last 16 years, 14 of which intensely focus on the WikiLeaks case, not just on WikiLeaks alone, of course, but very intensely on it. And why would a journalist work for 14 years on one case? You know? I have written a book in which I put together all I have discovered on this case. It is called Secret Power, WikiLeaks and its Enemies, and it's there, available if you want to buy it. Ken Loach wrote a foreword to my book, and he wrote, "This is a book that should make you very angry. It is the story of a journalist in prison and treated with unbearable cruelty for exposing war crimes, of the determination of the British and American politicians to destroy him, and of the quiet connivance of the media in this monstrous injustice." He called it monstrous injustice. But let me tell you, this case goes well beyond Julian Assange WikiLeaks. It is the battle for a journalism that shed light on the highest level of power, where secret services, armies, diplomats operate. A level that you and ordinary citizens not even perceive as relevant for your life. You tend to believe, I'm a teacher in Oslo, why I should care about secret services? I'm a hairdresser in Stockholm, why I should care about this? I'm an ordinary citizen, so why it is relevant for my life, this level of power? And I will explain you why. You can call this level of power the military-industrial complex or the national security state. It is a state within the state, with its own agencies from the CIA and the NSA, the Pentagon, entities which in practice are accountable to no one. They are shielded by secrecy and have a grotesque budget for weapons and endless wars. I call it secret power rather than the military-industrial complex. Why? Because I want to stress that secrecy, it is an absolutely crucial component of this power. Most of the time, this secrecy is used not to protect you, your safety and security. It has nothing to do with security and safety. It is about to conceal state crimes. It is about to conceal state criminality at the highest level, like the one we have seen with the Guantanamo detainees, so that these officials enjoy impunity. And the public doesn't know, because the public doesn't have crucial information on how this power works. And basically, they are untouchable, these people. Let me tell you, I come from a country which is the only country in the world which nailed the CIA agents responsible for a kidnapping. In the middle of the day, they kidnapped an Egyptian citizen. And our prosecutors were brilliant. They immediately identified the CIA agents responsible for the kidnapping in Milan in the middle of the day at noon. They were very brilliant. They used metadata phones, no? The people you call, who you are calling. They were not even intercepting them. They just needed metadata phone metadata, which means who you are calling, at what time, from where, for how many minutes. So our prosecutor got all this data who had called whom around the place where the guy was kidnapped 1 hour before the kidnapping, 1 hour after. And they were able to identify the CIA agents and the Italian military intelligence agents responsible for the kidnapping. And they were brilliant. They were put on trial, and they basically, in Italy you can have trial in absentia, you know, when the person on trial is not there physically, because these people are left Italy. They were just back to the US. And so our prosecutors were so good, our prosecutors and our judges were so good, so highly independent, that they obtained final sentences for all these people, serious, important sentence, heavy sentences. But none of them spent 1 day in prison. Why? Because 6 justice ministers, both on the left and on the right, refused to send the arrest warrant to the US, you know? So even when you have the best judges, even when you have the best prosecutors in the world, independent people who the intelligence services cannot stop because they are independent, even in this case, this power is accountable to no one. At the end of the day, these people didn't spend a single day in prison. At the end of the day, Italy, which was the only country to make justice about this case, we were condemned by the European Court of Human Rights for granting impunity to the CIA people. So it was a paradox, but this is how it works. This power is not accountable to anyone. They are untouchable. They are above the law, you know? So this ordinary citizen has no control over the secret power because she has no access to the restricted information on how it operates. Even when you have the best prosecutors and the best judges in the world who can obtain this information, there's no way to make these people accountable. But for the first time, WikiLeaks has ripped a gaping hole in the secret power, giving billions of people systematic and unrestricted access to enormous archives of classified documents, revealing how our governments behave when completely shielded from public and media scrutiny. They prepare wars, commit atrocities, torture people. It is exclusively for this work that Julian Assange has never known freedom again. After publishing these documents in 2010, he has never, ever walked as a free man. He has never, ever walked as a free man. You have seen in the documentary the Guantanamo detainees files. You have to realize that those files cost Julian Assange his freedom. After publishing those documents, after publishing the Afghan war logs, the Iraq war logs, the cables, the collateral murder video, he has never known freedom again, and he risks spending his life in prison for those documents. We published the very same documents. I'm one of the journalists who has worked on these documents from the very beginning. Actually, I'm the only one who has worked on all of them. I have published all documentation. I work on all of them. I was never put in prison. I was never arrested. I experienced intimidation, even serious intimidation, like being physically attacked in Rome and stolen very important documents. And one of the things, nothing happened. You go to the police, you file a criminal complaint, nothing happened. The police doesn't do anything at all. There is no prosecution, there is nothing. I was secretly spied inside the embassy, and I will tell you why. You file a criminal complaint, nothing happened. However, even if I experienced this intimidation, I was never ever subjected to what Julian Assange has experienced. He has never known freedom, and he risks losing his freedom forever. He risked 575 years in prison. You have to realize that the US secret files for which Julian Assange risks spending life in prison are among the most important pieces of journalism of all time. The Afghan war logs, Iraq war logs, the US diplomatic cables, the Guantanamo files. They have allowed revealing the true face of the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq. I still remember how it was exciting, how it was the emotion I remembered of getting for the first time the documents about these wars as they were ongoing. And for the first time, we could compare what the propaganda machine was telling us that was happening in Iraq and in Afghanistan, and what actually happening on the war theater, because these soldiers were writing these reports freely. They had no idea that this report would leak massively. So they were reporting what was actually happening. So for the first time, we could compare what the propaganda machine was telling us, what was actually happening on the war theater. They have permitted revealing war crimes, like those depicted in the video Collateral Murder. They have enabled to reveal 15,000 civilian victims in Iraq that they were never officially counted before. They have exposed crucial information on the Guantanamo detainees. I remember the first time I looked at WikiLeaks was 2008, when WikiLeaks was not famous, Julian Assange was not famous, and I was deeply impressed. They had published a document about Guantanamo, about the military task force operating Guantanamo, the JTF task force, and I was deeply impressed because dozens of journalists around the world that tried to get that document, and no one had been able to get it. Why did WikiLeaks got it? Why they did get it, whereas others didn't? Because WikiLeaks was providing a platform protected by encryption. So in the darkness of secrecy, there were many people who disagree with these brutal methods. And since they had a platform to which they could leak secretly, anonymously, these documents, they did leak. That's why they leaked to WikiLeaks. But not only for this, because WikiLeaks had the courage to publish, whereas others mainstream media did not. Let's not forget what happened after the 9/11. For 13 years, the most important newspaper in the world, the New York Times, it shapes the public opinion around the world. For 13 years, the New York Times refused to call torture. They were calling it enhanced interrogations, a cryptic word. You cannot understand the brutal things they were doing if you call it enhanced interrogations. The Washington Post revealed the network of CIA black sites. However, they had the names of Eastern European countries where the black sites were based: Poland, Romania, and Lithuania. They didn't publish. They didn't publish the names. Why? Because the US government had asked them not to publish them. So for me, it was impressive to realize that there was an aggressive, independent, highly courageous media organization, WikiLeaks, after the 9/11, when the level of journalism was so dependent on the CIA, on the intelligence agency. They're writing with very, very few exceptions, like Seymour Hersh and very few others. They were publishing whatever the CIA, the NSA, the Pentagon was telling them. We absolutely needed a media organization which had the courage to publish this documentation. So it is only for these revelations and nothing else that Julian Assange risks spending his life in prison. It is only a matter of a few months And if the United States can win the extradition case, it will mean his death is physical, mental, and professional death. I think no other case better than this one exemplifies the upside-down world we live in. The war criminals exposed by WikiLeaks are free as the air. They enjoy their families, they are undisturbed, they have no problems, they sleep peacefully in their beds, while the journalists who had the courage and the integrity to expose them have never again known freedom and sleep in a high-security prison in London. This is how he's living, Julian, right now. He's in Belmarsh, the British most harsh prison. And this is not the only one at risk. Secret Power does not want to destroy him alone. He wants to destroy him, he wants to destroy the WikiLeaks journalists, and ultimately it wants to kill a revolution. And yet, if there is any journalism worth practicing, it is precisely the journalism that reveals abuses at the highest level of power. Look, it is not just about us journalists, it is about you, about your right to know what the government is doing with your money and in your name. They want to destroy this right, you know? So it is not just about us, the journalists. I remember the last time I met Julian and he was a free man. I won't forget that meeting. It was 2010. I worked on the Afghan war logs for my newspaper. At that time, I was working for La Repubblica and L'Espresso. I traveled to Berlin to meet Julian Assange and Christine Rasson. It was September 2010, and I was working I was creating, establishing a partnership between my newspaper and WikiLeaks to publish the Afghan war logs about Italy, because we had 4,000 soldiers in Italy, and there was no press coverage in Italy. There was no, it was, you know what they are doing? It is basically about having the public not being involved. It was a faraway war where Italy was putting a lot of money, soldiers, and so on, but there was no public debate, no debate whatsoever. So we wanted to get access to this document to understand what was really going on beyond what the propaganda machine was telling us. So I met Julian and Christine Rasson, who is the current WikiLeaks editor, in Berlin. It was 28 September 2010. I won't forget this meeting. He arrived very late in the night to my hotel. He had no luggage. And his luggage had just disappeared from Stockholm in a direct flight from Stockholm, where he had just ended up in a criminal investigation on alleged rape and sexual molestation. This investigation was opened the 20th of August 2010, not just for 4 weeks after he started publishing the Afghan war logs. It was open, closed 5 days later, and then it was reopened on the 1st of September. And since then, Julian was kept in limbo, where he was never charged for rape, but the case was not dropped. So people was looking at him as a rapist, even there were no charge whatsoever, and there has never been charges. And that was the last time I met Julian Assange as a free man. Since 2010, I worked for years on all the WikiLeaks documents. I met him dozens of times inside the embassy under house arrest, but he was never, ever free. And in 2015, after 5 years he had spent basically detained, he was inside the embassy, Ecuadorian embassy, I realized that no journalist in the world had tried to get the documents about his case. So this man had been in the embassy for years. He could not step outside. He could not go to the hospital when he needed to go to the hospital. He could not go out for an hour outdoor. I mean, we give an hour outdoor to some of the worst mafia bosses in Italy, people who had done horrific things. We do give them 1 hour outdoor per day because it is a human right. Julian had no right to get 1 hour outdoor of the embassy. And no journalist was trying to get the documentation about this case. So I remember I was asking to the international colleagues, what does it mean he's under investigation in Stockholm for minor rape? What does it mean, minor rape, according to the Swedish law? And no one was able to explain me what it means. So I decided I need to go to access the full documentation on this case. And I have started this investigation to try to get the documentation in 2015. And so after 8 years, I'm still fighting. 4 governments, Sweden, United Kingdom, United States, Australia, have been denying me these documents. 4 governments. But, some of them released me a few documents. For example, Sweden, 226 pages. I used some tricks that we journalists use to get this information. I won't explain which tricks I use because, it is not in the interest of investigative journalism to reveal what kind of tricks we use. But they work. So I obtained this one of the documents, one of the incredible documents that they released me is the one you see. Basically, these documents allow revealing why the Swedish prosecutors didn't want to go to London to question Julian Assange. And since they didn't want to go there to question him, the investigation was paralyzed. I remember there was an Italian prosecutor. We have excellent prosecutors. And these Italian prosecutors asked me, so why they have this paralysis and the case is not making any progress? And I explained him, the case is making no progress because the Swedish prosecutors don't want to go there to question him and to decide whether to charge him for rape or whether to drop the case. And the prosecutor told me, it doesn't make sense. We went to Brazil to question very dangerous mafia people. So why they don't want to take a flight from Stockholm to London to question him? You should try to discover why. And I said, I'm an Italian journalist. I have no sources inside the Swedish prosecutions. How can I do it? And I decided to use the Freedom of Information Act, which is a tool you can use to ask your government for documentation you are interested in. So I asked, and I obtained this one of the documents I have obtained is this one. And this document allowed revealing that it was the UK authorities at the Crown Prosecution Service, which is the public prosecution in London and Wales, in England and Wales, that basically had told to the Swedish prosecutors, don't come here to question him. Question him only after extraditing him. And in this way, they contributed, the Crown Prosecution Service, then headed by the Director of Public Prosecution, Keir Starmer, they created a legal and diplomatic quagmire which kept Julian Assange arbitrarily detained in London since 2010, until he was arrested in 2019. So it was the Crown Prosecution Service which basically provided this advice. And I discovered this only thanks to this FOI request to the Swedish prosecution, using some tricks, which I will not reveal. So these documents, Freedom of Information documents which I have obtained provide indisputable evidence that the Crown Prosecution Service, then headed by Sir Keir Starmer, contributed to creating the legal and diplomatic quagmire that kept Assange arbitrarily detained from 2010 on. This is one of the famous emails I have obtained. Sweden could drop case, says Assange, and the Crown Prosecution writes to the Swedes, don't you get cold feet? So why the Crown Prosecution Service didn't want to close a Swedish case? What kind of interest they had in an investigation about a Swedish case? You know, it's highly anomalous. In 2013, even the Swedes started wondering that they had ended up in an untreatable mess. There was a complete paralysis, and they wanted to drop the extradition case against Julian Assange. But again, the Crown Prosecution Service was not in favor of dropping the case. Again, why? Why? You know, the Swedish prosecutors wrote, I hope I didn't ruin your weekend. They wrote to the British colleagues. Why the Swedish prosecutors dropping an extradition case in Sweden would ruin the weekend of the UK authorities? What role had the UK, what interest the UK authorities had? So when I tried to dig into these things, I realized that they have not provided me the full documentation. I had tried to get the documents from the Crown Prosecution Service. They had refused this documentation. I sued them. We went to the tribunal, and they released a few documents, and they said, this is all we have. And I discovered it was not true. They were lying to me once again. It was not all they had. There were gaps, crucial gaps. And when with my lawyers, we asked, please release all you have, they said, we destroy it. So they destroyed key documents about a case, a legal case, which was not just ongoing, but it was high profile and highly controversial. Why? We don't know. And since 2017, when I discovered this, that they destroyed documents, I've been fighting to get some explanation from the UK authorities at the Crown Prosecution Service. They admitted destroying these documents in November 2017. 1 month after, I went to the Ecuadorian embassy to discuss this with Julian Assange. Look what happened to my phone. It was secretly opening too. It was unscrewed. Our conversation was recorded. We were filmed. We discovered this 2 years later only because they took pictures. They were stupid enough to take pictures. So when the police inspected, there was an inspection, and the company, we got the pictures of them having secretly unscrewed my phone. Since then, I have been fighting for the last 6 years to try to discover why they destroyed the documents. I also tried to say, yes, 5 minutes, and I finish. When they had destroyed the documents, I told myself, maybe I can get those documents from Sweden, because it was correspondence between them. But Sweden was insisting there is no such documents. They do not exist. So we were telling with my Swedish lawyer, these documents do exist. The UK authorities have testified before the judge. You know, we know how many. Thousands of them, between 7,200 and 9,600 pages. And they insisted that there were no such documentation. And we discovered that even the Swedish authorities destroyed them. So, you know, both sides destroyed key documents, and we are still trying to get information on why, on whose instruction, and how they destroyed. Last week, a judge in London ordered to the Crown Prosecution Service to provide information on the destruction of documents. I'm closing this telling you that Julian Assange, you can see his wife and his children. They have never met his father as a free man. They have always met his father in prison. You can see 3 journalists, 3 former and current WikiLeaks journalists. They are probably 3 of those journalists who risk very seriously, especially Sarah Harrison, the one you see in the middle, who went to Hong Kong to help Edward Snowden. And we have obtained all this information thanks to Chelsea Manning, the heroic source whistleblower who provided this documentation. And the intimidation, what she has suffered, was done to her to terrify sources. We would need tremendously this kind of documentation. Imagine if we had this kind of documents on Ukraine war, but sources are terrified as a result of what happened to Chelsea, to Julian, and so on. So secret powers act with impunity in democracies, just as it does in dictatorship. In authoritarian countries, they use an iron fist and commit many crimes and abuses in broad light, partly to intimidate the population. In democracies, the iron fist is often concealed inside a thick velvet glove. That's why I spent 14 years and I have documented, because I want that the public, I want to use my journalistic work so that the public realize, can see the iron fist behind the velvet glove, cannot just stop at looking the velvet glove. Because I want to help, I want to use my journalism to make possible to live in a society in which you can reveal war crimes, like the one revealed by Julian Assange, like the documents on Guantanamo. You can be free, because this is what is democracy. Thank you.
So this and very much more in the book over there. You can get it for 200 krona, which is fairly cheap. Deepa, driver, will drive first on.
Thank you very much for being here. My role in this case has been from the outside. I have never met Julian, and I'm the legal observer in the case on behalf of the Haldane Society of Socialist Lawyers in the UK and the European Lawyers for Democracy and Human Rights, as well as the United European Left in the Parliamentary Assembly. And like many of you, I have watched this case unfold, and perhaps a little closely. So in today's discussion, what I'd like to do is, we looked at what happened at Guantanamo. We understand why it is that this is important. Stefania said a few words about how revolutionary WikiLeaks was, not just with the encryption, but with bringing together different kinds of journalists like the Washington Post and the New York Times, who have an attention span like that, with local journalists who look deeply into the case and really understand things, which gives WikiLeaks a 100% track record of accuracy, which none of our journalists can today even aspire to in some ways. But WikiLeaks is also important in revolutionizing journalism by bringing technology and journalism together in a new and different way, in putting together this, this marriage between whistleblowers and journalists to allow us to hold people accountable for the actions that they take in our name. But what it is most important for, in my view, is the courage that the whistleblowers showed, that the journalists, technologists, all the people behind WikiLeaks showed in standing up to this giant war machine. But, you know, not just the giant war machine, but also corporate criminality in terms of, for those of you who are interested in green politics, in terms of toxic waste dumping on the Ivory Coast, in terms of corruption in Arab Moist Kenya. WikiLeaks has been important and powerful in so many different ways. And it is this vision of WikiLeaks and this vision of Julian as the face of WikiLeaks, and therefore, you know, he has been silenced and disappeared, that we want to talk about. But before I do that, I want to just say a couple of things about what WikiLeaks and the prosecution of Assange is saying about us, because we are looking at the case and we are forgetting what the case is telling us. And in some ways, this is probably another important lesson, which is that it is interesting that the British state knows that the extraditing state, that is the United States, plotted to assassinate a journalist, and this is known from 30 US government insiders in information provided to a mainstream organization, that they plotted to assassinate him inside a sovereign embassy in London. And it is interesting that the British legal system, none of the lawyers and judges are very concerned about this. It is interesting that the British judge knows that there was spying on the privileged legal conversations that Julian had with his lawyers, and neither the British judge nor the British lawyers care about this. It is also very surprising that here is a journalist being prosecuted under the Espionage Act for committing the crime of journalism. And Britain, Europe are silent. But they are not really silent because there are people like you and people like us who are coming together to say this is not about Julian, this is about us. And it is this conversation that I want to animate with our fantastic panel here, people like Stefania who have shown courage, who have shown a great deal of foresight, and who have done a lot of work, not just on Guantanamo, not just on Assange, but on a range of things. So I will start, if I may, with Ögmundur Jónasson. Ögmundur, could you have the dubious honor of kicking the FBI out of Iceland? I'd like to ask you a question, not about the past and about, I mean, of course, that's also very interesting, but about the future. What do you think countries like Iceland and Norway and Sweden, these countries that we respect for human rights and free speech, should be doing differently going forward in order not to have the kind of mess we see ourselves in?
Well, I think Stefania hit the nail on the head, as we say, when she said, if we knew everything about Ukraine, the war in Ukraine, what would this change? This would change a lot. And what happened when the warlocks on Iraq and Afghanistan were published, and you referred to the Ivory Coast, the dumping of dangerous materials. I have mentioned or referred to the GATS negotiations. Yeah. I could add the May negotiations in the 1990s, instigated by the OECD on the marketization of Europe. The Doha round in the WTO negotiations, TISA, TTIPs, you know, all these things that were happening behind our backs. It was WikiLeaks who brought it all into the open, and then something changed. My negotiations, the multilateral investment operation in the 90s, were stopped. Doha came to an end. All after this was revealed by WikiLeaks. So our demand is a very, very modest one. Very, very modest one. Please let free the people who are providing us with information we all want. Not only we in this room, the whole world wants it. And this is why it is dangerous. This is why Julian Assange is dangerous. Because he is not fomenting ill will. He is fomenting or helping democracy. And this is what it is all about. Now, I come from Reykjavik, Iceland, and a few days ago we had a summit of the Council of Europe where they wanted to reinvent the Versailles Treaty from 1919. The Versailles Treaty was negotiated after the First World War. Negotiated, I say. The Germans were never allowed to the negotiating table, but they had to sign and admit to all being responsible for all the crimes committed in the war. And then they demanded reparations. And this is what they are going to do now as regards the Russians. They say, let Putin pay. Putin is not going to pay a single dollar or euro. It's the Russian people, of course. And how are they going to pay this? By stealing the currency reserves of Russia in Western banks and have them pay. What is this going to do to Europe and to world peace? They are fomenting hatred and ill feelings into the future. And I want to stop my this monologue, by giving the word to somebody who was writing, since we're in a literary house, writing in the interwar period. This is Stefan Zweig, The World of Yesterday. And he was facing a similar situation as we are facing today. He was saying that propaganda is no less a tool in war than are aeroplanes or bombs, which cost a fortune. I mean, does anybody imagine that they do not invest in propaganda as they do in warplanes? And he is saying, and it doesn't take long, he is saying that, yes, it is not in human nature for strong emotion to be prolonged forever in either an individual or a nation. And the military organizations understand that. They therefore need artificial incitement, agitation administered like a constant drug. And it was supposed to be the intellectuals, the writers and authors, the journalists who did their country the service of whipping up feeling in this way with a good or a guilty conscience, either honestly or as a matter of professional routine. They had beaten the drum of hate and beaten it loud and long until the ears of every impartial person rang with the sound and their hearts were afraid. Almost everyone in Germany, France, Italy, Russia, and Belgium obediently served this war propaganda and thereby served the mass delusion and mob hatred of war instead of resisting it. And to conclude with, I saw all those phrases about an inflexible will to victory, the low casualties among our own troops and the huge losses suffered by the enemy. The lies of wartime leapt out at me naked, gigantic, and shameless. The ladies and gentlemen casually parading in that carefree way were not the guilty ones. The guilty were those using words to stir up bellicose feeling, but we too were guilty if we did not do our best to counter them. This is what Julian Assange has been doing. And to finally conclude with, sitting beside number 441 from Guantanamo. And after seeing the fantastic documentary by Erling Borgen, which I want to pay tribute to, it moved me so much that it almost leaves me speechless. But it also gives hope and inspiration to know of people like number 441 and Erling Borgen. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ögmundur. You talked about propaganda, and one of the people who has been involved very much in pulling back the curtain of secrecy, allowing us to see what really was happening in the Assange case, but also himself being an example of great courage and great strength, is Craig Murray at the end there, former British ambassador to Uzbekistan who blew the whistle, despite being one of these establishment figures, blew the whistle on torture in Uzbekistan and suffered as a consequence. And it is such a privilege to have you here, Craig. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience of documenting the case, but also your advice to whistleblowers? What you think whistleblowers in the future should be thinking about?
Thank you. It's quite a large brief for 5 minutes, but we'll see what we can do. And I always get in trouble on the advice to whistleblowers bit, because my good friends like Ray McGovern and Dan Ellsberg and Annie Matchin and people always tell me we should encourage whistleblowers and get more people to whistleblow. Whereas when people ask me, well, what happens when you whistleblow? Well, you lose your job, you lose your friends, and you will never work again. And so, and I think it's actually quite important people realize that. I mean, I was in the Foreign Office for over 20 years. I was Britain's youngest ambassador at the time I was appointed. And I stumbled across, by accident, complicity with torture and extraordinary rendition in Uzbekistan, and the fact that MI6 and the CIA were getting intelligence from torture from by the Uzbek intelligence agencies, and that people were being flown to Uzbekistan to a black site and were never seen again. And of the people who went on extraordinary rendition to Uzbekistan, and over half of the flights that went to the black site in Poland went on to Uzbekistan as the next stop. And not one of those people who went to Uzbekistan ever came out alive or was ever seen again. I think it's worth recalling that. I stumbled on this by mistake. I did everything I could internally to try and stop it. And I went through hell. I was slandered. Details of my love life were leaked by Alistair Campbell, who was in charge of Tony Blair's press office, to the Sunday Mail. Some of the details of the Mail on Sunday, some of the details of my love life were true, others were totally made up. And I lost my job, and having been a very, I believe, a popular and successful member of the Foreign Office, I discovered that people in the community I lived in, who I thought were good people, weren't prepared to support me, and people who knew about the torture and things that were going on, who didn't agree with it, but they weren't prepared to put their own jobs on the line in order to try and stop it. And that's quite a difficult realization. It actually hits your worldview when you realize that the ordinary people you know and work with and deal with every day are prepared to go along with some pretty terrible stuff in order to keep their jobs, mostly. And partly, of course, they tell each other, well, it's a government policy. I'm only a civil servant. And I should say, I was called back from Uzbekistan after I'd been sending reports of what was happening and saying we should stop this. I was called back to a meeting in the Foreign Office, which was attended by senior Foreign Office officials and the Foreign Office's chief legal advisor, Sir Michael Wood, and representatives of MI6. And at that meeting, I was told directly that it was not illegal for us to get intelligence from torture, provided we didn't do the torture ourselves or ask for the torture to be done. Which, rather foolishly, the legal advisor then put in writing to me, which then gave me something I could leak, which I did, which is how I got to know Julian Assange. But to come on to the, and I think it's essential, that WikiLeaks gave people like me, like Chelsea Manning, who obviously far more important than I am in that sense, and others, the chance to get out there using the internet. And one of the things that worries me is that the window of freedom that seemed to be opening at that time with the internet is closing. The internet is now to a much greater degree gatekept by the big corporate players of Facebook and Twitter, and of course the secret power, the secret state, has responded by itself getting extremely active in new media with troll accounts and so-called disinformation checks and all that kind of thing. So I think the one reason I'm so keen for Julian to come out again is that he's a great thinker in this regard, and the way we can reclaim the freedom of the internet, I think, is extremely important looking forward. Very, very briefly, to just quickly mention a few of the things which are very, very wrong in the way Julian's case has been handled. Being there, I've attended every day of Julian's court hearings except for 2 days I missed because they put me in prison myself. But other than that, I've been there every day. And at one stage, we had to pretend I was Julian's uncle in order to get me into the Old Bailey. But because during COVID, he was only allowed 2 people who had to be family members. So I went along with John Shipton, pretending to be Julian's uncle. The very first time he was dragged out of it, when he was dragged out of the embassy, he appeared first before Magistrate Snow, and the charges were read out, and he was asked to answer to his name. Is that your name and address? And he said yes. And the judge then said, in saying that he was going to send him to be kept in Belmarsh, the judge then called him a narcissist and a liar. And at that stage, no evidence at all had been heard. And Julian had said nothing. He had said yes. That was all he had said. And the judge called him a narcissist and a liar. And that is the very definition of prejudice. There's a judge who is sitting there with this preconceived idea, which he's only got from the media, of the person in front of him, having heard no legal arguments whatsoever, and nothing from him except the word yes. And that, to me, it's a tiny thing, but it encapsulates the fact that this is not a real trial. This is a show trial where the judges have made up their mind beforehand. Then once we went on to the substantive extradition hearing, there were numerous points where the defence, if I can call them that, were making procedural arguments as to what should happen next. And I saw this, I witnessed this directly with my own eyes. The defence would speak for 20 minutes, half an hour, then the Council on behalf of the United States government, but I'll call them a prosecution for short, they would speak in return for 20 minutes, half an hour, and then the magistrate would read out her decision on the matter. but she brought it in with her already written, before she had heard counsel speak, either counsel speak. And that happened again and again and again. And I witnessed that. Two more very quick facts. One of the things that came up in the case was the fact that material Julian had published had enabled one of the Guantanamo detainees to get a measure of justice. Using material leaked by WikiLeaks, he was able to win his court case at the European Court of Human Rights. In discussing that, the judge ruled that at no stage must anybody say in court there was any torture in Guantanamo, because she said it had never been proven there was torture in Guantanamo, and people may not make wild accusations in her court. So even this detainee was giving evidence in person, but via video link, to the court, and he was not allowed to say he had been tortured. Can you imagine that? Absolutely astonishing. And one very, very final comment is that Clause 4 of the UK-US extradition treaty, under which Article 2, Clause 4, something else. Article 2 of the UK-US extradition treaty, under which Julian is being extradited, states there can be no political extradition. There can be no political extradition. And the judge has ruled that that clause has no effect because it has not been incorporated into UK law. It's just a treaty the UK ratified, but the UK is not obliged to stand by treaties it ratified unless they've been passed through Parliament. So they don't even have to follow the actual treaty they're extraditing him under. And I could go on. I'm going to shut up, but I could speak for another hour about the extraordinary injustices that we've seen in what is really an exercise in the brute force of state power. It's not any kind of legal hearing at all.
I have the very regrettable task of having to have my favorite speakers and experts on the panel, and then to have to tell them, now that's it, we move to the next. But I'm sure you will all get a chance to speak to them in a bit, so please forgive me if I seem like I'm stopping people when they're saying very interesting things. But I'd like to now speak to Andrej Hunko. Andrej very interestingly pointed out to me that this panel is so eminent that we now have one of the largest US warships, aircraft carriers, sitting off the coast of Norway. I don't know whether it's about Mansoor or about the rest of us, but certainly John is responsible somewhere. But I want to ask you, Andrej, often, people who are pointing out these war crimes, pointing out the problems with sending weapons, how sending weapons can actually cause crimes rather than stop them, are being labeled conspiracy theorists, are being, smeared. And on the other hand, while Assange is jailed in the heart of London, while the case of Khalid al-Masri, where he's tortured in a black site and we can't talk about it, we still have all these Biden and everybody else talking about Western values. So can you tell us a little bit about, you've done a huge amount of work internationally and also in the Council of Europe. Can you tell us a little bit about what these Western values are? And I say this as from a former colony, huh? So, that we are seeking to uphold in the Council of Europe. What do you see as the future, not just what is the past?
Okay, thank you. I mean, it's obvious that there is a clear double standard in terms of Western values. But if you talk about Western values, it's human rights, democracy, rule of law. These are the values of the Council of Europe, and not only values, but it is enshrined in the European Convention on Human Rights, and we have at least a legal system that every individual on the European soil can go to the court in Strasbourg and have his or her rights respected there. So that is the reason maybe why I'm here, is that Julian Assange, he is Australian citizen or Australian Ecuadorian citizen during that time. He knew about this, and he asked my colleagues from the German Parliament, Seven Dadel and Heike Hensel, who visited him in December 2019 in Belmarsh. Do you have anybody in the Council of Europe, in the Parliamentary Assembly? Because I know I don't trust the British system, but I have some small hope after the British legal system, I can go to the Strasbourg court. And I have some small hope, and it would be good if you, in the Council of Europe, somebody. So I'm, since 2010, I'm a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of Council of Europe, and I took up the case, of course, there, and we had very, very good decisions in the Assembly. In January 2020, there we decided on a resolution, and I will quote. It was adopted with huge majority. Consider that the detention and criminal prosecution of Mr. Julian Assange sets a dangerous precedent for journalists, and join the recommendation of the UN Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment or punishment, who declared on 1st of November 2019 that Mr. Assange extradition to the United States must be barred, and that he must be promptly released. That was adopted in January 2020. And to give you a concrete picture of the double standards between these values and the reality, we had in Germany in September 21, we had our elections, national elections, and we have this system of Abgeordnetenwatch, it's a German word. It means you can ask directly to candidates and MPs, what is your position on this? And somebody asked a candidate, who is now the German foreign minister, asked her about Assange, and she referred in her answer 1 week before the election to this resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly, openly. Still, you can read it on the internet. And becoming foreign minister, she was asked again. And she never answered like this. She said, the official answer, I did a lot of questioning of the German government over the years. The answer is, we have full trust in the British system, nothing more. So, and you can see there is, I can speak freely as an MP. Of course, I'm smeared in the media or something like this, but it's possible for me. But if you are on the come to the executive level in European Union states or NATO states, most Council of Europe states, you cannot talk like this anymore. And I think this is a very concrete example, because there is no government as far as I know, no government calling for the non-extradition and prompt release of Julian Assange at the moment. I mean, the Australian government now is a bit in the back, is negotiating a bit. They are trying. But here in Europe, nobody is. And we constantly, every several months, we asked our government to do something, to push something in the case of Assange. And we are living in a democracy where you are not free. I mean, we have an exception here. Ögmundur, being an executive and interior minister, he did something, but it's very, very rare situation. I don't know if there was a lot of pressure on you during that time. And I mean, we went to Jeremy, we are colleagues as well in Strasbourg in the assembly. Okay, I have to sum up. I have to say that the most brave on that level, the most brave person is a Human Rights Commissioner of the Council of Europe, Dunja Mijatovic, because she represents as well a government body structure as the Council of Europe, as the whole commissioner for the whole organization. She as well wrote a letter to the British minister and called for non-extradition. It was very, very strong, but still the pressure is very high on everybody who is coming to that level of power. And I think it's so important that we have the possibility that we raise our voices and that we can get Julian free as soon as possible, and that it not lasts until the Strasbourg court, because it takes years and years, and he is dying in prison.
My next question is for Jeremy. Jeremy, you share the same initials as another messiah, and I think... So.
I thought this was a secular meeting.
And certainly, you know, in Britain, your candidacy sparked a new hope. Mm-hmm. Nobody ever expected that, 14 million people will stand behind you, giving us a voice, and us as in the people a voice. Can I ask you to comment about two things? One is, what does the rest of the world think about Europe? Because I know you do a lot of work in Latin America and elsewhere. And also to comment a little bit about how you think we should take this agenda of free speech, democracy, and human rights forward in the interests of the people.
Thanks. Thanks for doing today, and I absolutely agree with what Andrej just said. A good question. How does the rest of the world view Europe? I think it's very instructive to talk to people politically active in South America, Central America, Africa, and South Asia, who have a very different view of Europe than Europeans have of each other and themselves. They see it as European introspection. They see it often through the prism of European colonialism and colonial superiority mentality towards the rest of the world. And they often feel extremely irritated about it. Britain, Europe, USA, and so on tend to wallow in the idea that the rest of the world is actually acutely interested in what their opinions are on every last thing around the world. They're not. They're actually just not very interested. They've got their own fish to fry and other things to do. And so to me, it was very instructive that I was in Mexico. I know President López Obrador very well. I've known him from the days when he was firstly a presidential candidate and ultimately was elected. He invited me to his daily press conference, the Manera it's called, in the palace in Mexico City. And he asked me to make a contribution, which I did. And I thanked him for his support for Julian Assange. And remember, Mexico has a very close, economically interdependent relationship with the USA. It's not a simple relationship by any manner of means. And he stood up and said, Julian Assange is welcome in Mexico, and if he wants to become a Mexican citizen, we will welcome him here. He should be released immediately. There should be no extradition to the USA, and he would take it up personally and directly with President Biden, which he did. And before that, he'd taken it up with President Trump. So outside of this issue, people around the world view Julian Assange's case very, very differently indeed. And then the other point as I make, so I've only got a few minutes, and I'm watching your hand ready to be raised to tell me to stop. So I'm going to look elsewhere while I make the next point. And that is, take it back 2000, 2001, all of you, cast your minds back, 2000, 2001. Cast your minds back to 9/11. Cast your minds back to Axis of Evil Speech, January 2002, after the invasion of Afghanistan, the war on terror, the vast increase in US military expenditure on the back of that, and then we moved into the Iraq War. The Iraq War, based on a lie about weapons of mass destruction, based on the idea that people like my good friend here were somehow or other evil terrorists and therefore deserved to be in Guantanamo Bay. We witnessed torture on a massive scale against my good comrade here. Why? Because it was convenient to the US president, and it was convenient to the British and other European governments to shut up about it, let it happen, and watch those extradition flights fly through their own airspace to achieve those things. And so it is about how we defend free speech. Julian Assange exposed to the world what is done by governments, by corporations, and so much else. And it's a very, very inconvenient truth. And these wonderful paintings we've got here, we also had an art exhibition in London in which we printed out every single one of the documents that Julian has ensured are released. And each one was bound into a volume. Each volume was very thick, 8-point type, I think, very small, maybe not quite 8-point, a very small type for each one. And every single document was printed. And the array of books extended from way beyond where Craig is sitting to way beyond where you're sitting. Way beyond. No, not one person could ever read all of those documents. That's Julian's crime for telling the world what was going on. And so, whilst we wallow in the idea that social media gives us free speech, it doesn't. Algorithms decide what we need to know, algorithms decide what we're allowed to know, and send any innocent person into all sorts of directions which are not necessarily very helpful. And so it is about standing up for the right to know and free speech. And Julian has told these uncomfortable truths. It's already had a damaging effect on independent media all around the world, and the extradition of Julian Assange to the USA will become a sort of self-censorship of any radical journalist anywhere in the world. So what Craig uncovered in Uzbekistan, the next person in Uzbekistan uncovers something like that will say, not doing it, too dangerous, look what happened to Julian Assange. And so I'm going to finish now because I've seen your hand out the corner of my eye. This event today is very important because we have this wonderful guest here. We also have the opportunity to think seriously about the need to question what we're told and make sure our governments respond and recognize that. But I tell you this, anyone that stands up, there's some very, very powerful forces in government, military, intelligence, and media in those orders that will go after anybody that speaks up. Stand by those people that they're going after. Thank you.
I have some questions for Stefania and also for Mansoor, but I'm going to park those because I know that we have, I'm looking at John to indicate, okay. I know we will have some questions from the audience, so I will let you ask those questions, but before I do, I wanted to just highlight to you, and I wondered if Mansoor can say a few words about the art that is on the wall and here around the room. The art is from Guantanamo, and it's drawn by the prisoners. This is not the original, of course. It's hard to get it, but we will, just to whet your appetite, we will be unveiling a new piece of art this evening, made by a former Guantanamo prisoner. But Mansoor, will you tell us a little bit about the art before I move to Stefania?
Yes. First of all, I would like to thank my friend John, Erling, and everyone here, especially. I am here because all of them. I would like to say just one word about Julian Assange. At least I owe him that. When I told one of my lawyers I'm going to participate in this conference, she told me, be careful. I advise against it because it's going to bite you back. I said, okay, how? Maybe you won't be able to travel in the future. I said, okay, I will do it anyway. I don't care. Sometimes you don't have to care. What Julian Assange did, it is, I believe, it is a new revolution for the future, and is going to, I believe he's going to be released, but we need to stand and support this kind of people. Whistleblowers should be like supported, should be embraced, and should be encouraged. So, because we are not fighting the system, we are fighting the people who manipulate and control the system. That's it. Art from Guantanamo. I would like to see each of you is an artist, each of you, because our life, we are the painter, and our life is the painting. So when you look at your life, childhood, education, marriage, work, hope, love, wherever, you painted that painting. When you picture your life as a painting, what have you achieved? What have you failed? What's missing there? What dark spot there? Actually, each of you is an artist and a painter. Art from Guantanamo. Art from Guantanamo, we consider it's not just a piece of art. We consider one of us as a living being at Guantanamo. The art born from the ordeal of Guantanamo. At the beginning, at Guantanamo, when we arrived there, we were not allowed to talk, we weren't allowed to communicate, we weren't allowed to write, we weren't allowed to do anything. So we started, scratching on the styrofoams, using tea powder, using soap, and guards would take that, confiscate that. Camera would come to take pictures, write our IC numbers for one, will be kept in a bag and will be used as evidence against us to the extent. So we kept doing things like hiding things, then we depended on our memories. We start like poems, we start like dancing. What the beautiful about art, that diversity that arrived in Guantanamo of like 50 nationalities, 20 languages spoken, that diversity arrived, interacted, and melted into one culture, Guantanamo culture. I wrote about it in a Humanity magazine called The Beautiful Guantanamo. It was until 2010 when we started painting, actually. Before that, we weren't allowed to have any kind paint or classes and so on. We were on hunger strike to improve the living condition. And as you see in the film, that Harry Harris, when he said it is asymmetrical warfare, Yasser already did, but they made him like a guilty. It is asymmetrical war. The most powerful country in the world, maybe in history, claimed that man who already did, who already killed, he committed a crime against the United States. They play victim. Our art, when we start paintings, when we negotiate, we were on hunger strike. I was on force feeding for 3 years. We tried to negotiate with them. They said, we didn't negotiate with terrorists. Then when Obama failed to close the detention, they came to negotiate. I said with the colonel, with the general, they shake my hands and they take the handcuffs. How are you, sir? I said, you don't negotiate with terrorists. He said, well, let us now, we live in a different time. We started negotiating about improving the living condition, about, yes, okay, blame her. So anyway, we negotiated art from Guantanamo. They said, you're artist, you don't know how to paint. So we said, yes, we need to paint. They provided us, it was a process, but we managed then to have art. It became part of our life. You know, art, it was a way to survive, a way to express ourselves, a way to escape from the prison. And just you see here, each painting, when we go to the art class, chained, shackled. When we paint, we were chained to the floor, only one hand free. Each painting would take weeks, months, and years to get it done. And when you paint, there is no guarantee that your paint will be approved. When you finish your painting, it's going to be sent to the class officer. After, if he approves, it's going to go higher. GTF, if they get approved, each painting has to go search for poison, codes, and it is like it's going something against national security. Then, if it gets approved, it got stamped, like approved by US military. So, and it could be confiscated any time. So, it is the same process we went through, the same search, interrogated. We were given a number. And so what I told you, art is a living being. And when art managed to get released, sent it to our lawyer. In 2017, we managed to organize the first art exhibition in New York. After the art was exhibited, the US government, the Pentagon said, we are going to destroy art from Guantanamo, we're going to burn it. The art is government property. You can check it online. Trump administration banned art from Guantanamo. They end the art teacher contract. From 2017 until 2023, we start fighting to lift the ban of art from Guantanamo. Former Guantanamo detainees, we wrote a letter to Biden. I wrote a letter to DOD. So the last one, anyway, we managed after the intervention of the UN to lift the ban. So now detainees can take their arts from Guantanamo, and now art can get its freedom. This is the story. Thank you so much.
I'm trying to keep us to time, not just because that's good and it's good for us, but also because we have some very, very eminent artists who are going to be on stage soon, and one of them has a concert tonight, so it is very good of him to be here. So I will take, I think, one question from the audience for Stefania. Because I think all the others have spoken, and Stefania has also spoken, but I'm sure that we have not asked her a question. So if John permits, I will take one question for Stefania, and then we answer all your questions over a glass of wine or whatever. Yeah. Could I see if there is anybody from the audience who wants to ask a question? Yes, Rune, please. Yes, please, thank you. And also just belatedly a welcome to those of you who are joining us around the world. This event, of course, is being live streamed. I think John mentioned that earlier. And thank you very much to those of you online who are watching and participating in this. I know we have some questions from you. We may not be able to answer them here, but we will try and record them with the participants later. Rune, please.
Yes, I'm Rune from PEN Norway. My question is, how was the reaction in Italy about your book? Did you get any publicity? Was it a public discussion around the issues?
So thank you for, yeah, it's fine. So thank you for this question. So how was is it working? Yes. How was the reaction? I have to say that on the one hand, there was a big silence. The mainstream was completely silent, with the exception of a good journalist working for the state TV, who had a long interview and a long investigation based on my book. I have to say that I had to leave my newspaper. I had to resign from my newspaper, La Repubblica. It has been very hard. Compared to what Julian has gone through is nothing. My troubles are nothing. But it has been very hard. I had to resign from my newspaper in 2020, the first day of Julian extradition hearing, because it was no longer possible to keep working on this case. So I had to decide whether I wanted to keep doing this work on the case or whether I wanted to keep my job in my newspaper. And I decided to resign. And as a result, my income collapsed from 40,000 to 3,000 per year. The book was very well received, and I'm very happy that basically we were able to bypass the silence of the mainstream media, thanks to the little people who realized that there was this silence, this kind of censorship. So the little people mobilized. They organized events, they organized book presentations, and the book reached 8 editions, 20,000 copies in Italian, and 3 major prizes, only thanks to the little people, because the big newspaper didn't want to touch it, didn't want to have it. So, I mean, this provides you an example of how sensitive is this case. You know, I'm litigating the case in the US to get the documentation from the US. I spent 1 year to get a lawyer willing to represent me. No one wanted to represent me against the US State Department about this Julian Assange case. No one was willing to touch it. You realize that the power of the United States, no one want to upset this powerful entity because they are a big player. They decide many careers. They decide many things. They have many friends. So no one wants to upset them.
Thank you, Stefania. And I'd like to just close on a positive note, which is that, you know, those of us in the room can clap in the room, look at it, feel moved, and then go back and do nothing. Or we can all choose to do something, whether it is putting a sign in your window. If that's all you can do, please do that. If you can participate in a demonstration and organize something in Oslo, please do that. If you can you are sitting in the Nordics for this gross abuse and violation. Sorry, thank you. Can you hear me now? Yeah. My apologies. I was saying, if you can just put a picture in your window, great. If you can organize something in Oslo, even better. If you have the skill, and you know, this case is also about the complicity of professionals who either turn a blind eye or actively cause harm. If you can hold the professionals in Sweden to account because you understand how the Nordic justice systems work and you care about human rights and do that. If you can support others, if you can, through your work, if you're a lawyer or a journalist, please encourage others to talk about it. If you're a politician, vote in a way that allows it. And please campaign actively. We are too used to being a YouTube audience. We listen, we go home, we eat our dinner, and that's it. But you have a chance now to do something and be part of history. Either you are with Mandela, either you are, or either you are with Assange, or you look back later and say, I went to an event. So I wish you all the best, and thank you very much for your attention. Now we have, I guess for me, one of the best parts of the event in addition to being here. But before I do that, I would like to thank all these people who traveled from everywhere, and the people who are not so visible, but are letting you in and streaming this event and organizing in the background, and of course John for being the main organizer for this and instigator for this. Thank you very much.
Det blir ingen pause nå. Det blir ingen pause nå, men dere får en halv time med disse folkene etter at vi er ferdige, i hvert fall en halv time. For vi må holde tiden. Disse kunstnerne skal videre på konserter i kveld. De skal holde konserter, så de kommer litt tidlig her for å være med oss. Og det er Tord Gustavsen på klaver. Han er der. Og Trygve Seim kommer der. Og så skal det ikke introduseres noe annet nå enn at når disse har spilt en stund, og det er musikk verdt å lytte til, når de har spilt en stund, så vil Mansoor komme med en gave fra fanger i Guantanamo. Og så får vi litt mer musikk. Og så vil vi få en tale av I'm sorry I'm speaking Norwegian. We will have no break now. But we'll have some music by Tord Gustavsson, the Norwegian pianist. And we'll listen to a short message from Mansoor with thanks to Julian from prisoners at Guantanamo. Some more music. And Jeremy Corbyn will give us a speech on how he sees the future. Do we see a future of Europe we like? Is development going in the way we like? Or what can we do? So listen.
Should I go? Should I go? Go when you talk. Should sit there?
The picture will come on the wall.
Should I sit there? You stand. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I have talking a lot today, so I hope you are not bored. Thank you. Nice to meet you. So, to Julian Assange, a hero. Imagine there was no Julian Assange as a symbol of freedom, symbol of heroism. Imagine there was no WikiLeaks. We all would live in a dark, in a big lie. Thanks to Julian Assange and to the symbol of freedom of speech, the courage. So, on behalf of victims of torture, on behalf of Guantanamo detainees, on behalf of our humanity, we thank Julian Assange and we stand for him and will support him. So here's a simple, as thanks to Julian Assange, a painting by a former Guantanamo detainee, Sabri al-Qurashi, one of the best artists. You can see most of his art here. This painting represents Guantanamo. As you know, Guantanamo became a symbol of injustice, lawlessness, abuse of power, and indefinite detention, and a death sentence. What is happening to Julian Assange? It is worse than Guantanamo, because Guantanamo, the whole world, it's outside of the legal system, outside the law. But in Julian Assange case, it's worse because people get those. He's in a country that represents law, justice. There is court, there is system, there is rights. But in fact, his case is worse than Guantanamo. We need to see that. This painting represents two prisoners, 441. This is me, and this is my comrade, Julian Assange. We become just numbers in the system, stripping of our humanity. Because each of you, what makes you as a person, as who you are? Your language, your memories, your knowledge, your experience, your emotions, your relationship, your talent. This is who you are. When someone tries to steal that from you, you become just a shell. You become a number in the system. I took that number, and I like that number. It's my number. Like Julian Assange. He's a number, but he's a tough number. So they are sitting, giving their back to the fence. And there is called Guantanamo camp rules. It's missing there. It says no talking. That one, Guantanamo, no talking. Those two prisoners actually ignoring and talking. Speech, for your speech. Like they ignore, the sign was meant there for them to look at it, but they ignore it. So that painting to encourage us to speak out and to ignore those stupid and hideous rules. So that painting was given by former Guantanamo detainees, and Guantanamo detainees was painted by Sabri al-Qurashi to Julian Assange. And at the end, I would like to thank you all for coming today, and thank everyone, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. John gave me a very dangerous offer just now. He said, speak for as long as you like. It's all right. I'm not tempted by these ludicrous offers. I just want to say a few words for a few minutes, if I may. And thank you very much, John, for inviting me and for the huge amount of work you've put into organising this event today. And it's wonderful to have the Guantanamo paintings here and to have Mansoor here to tell us of his direct experiences in Guantanamo. And wouldn't it be wonderful if we could do a reconstruction of this event at some point in the future when we have Julian Assange and Mansoor on the stage here together. Because the two issues bring together so much of what has been experienced by many people over the last few years. You've got to ask yourself the question about Guantanamo. Did anyone actually plan from very early on that you would go around the world arresting people willy-nilly on the basis of hearsay evidence, somebody's paid for evidence or whatever else, arresting people, blindfolding them, sticking them in a plane, taking them from goodness knows where, eventually to Guantanamo Bay, where they were imprisoned and tortured beyond the reach of any judicial system? Or was that a product of the way in which the world went with Bush's access of evil speech that I was talking about earlier, and the development, the idea there's a war on terror, and in a war on terror, human rights, dignity, freedom of speech, justice were simply parked and forgotten, and that those people in Guantanamo Bay were obviously guilty of something, otherwise they wouldn't have been put there. And that went on and on and on. And it's still going on, despite all the pledges time and time again that somehow or other Guantanamo is going to be closed. And as one who's been active in political activity all my life and will continue to be for the rest of my life. So if anybody's listening in Britain, I'm not gone away, I'm not disappearing, I'm around and I'm fighting on forever. When we founded the Stop the War Coalition in 2001 after 9/11, people said to us, you're crazy. Nobody's going to want to join any anti-war movement after they've seen the horrors of 9/11. Our reply was, precisely because you've seen what happened on 9/11, you need to be part of an anti-war movement that will bring about peace around the world. And so we took a jump in the dark and organised a rally, thinking we'd get a few dozen people there, maybe a couple of hundred. We got thousands came. And thousands came because they didn't want to see the degeneration of the world into a war. And we duly had the invasion of Afghanistan, the occupation of Afghanistan, and then 21 years later, the final troops left, British, American, NATO forces and all the rest. And what's been left behind? The world's poorest country, the most people starving and hungry, girls denied any education, human rights non-existent, and poverty rampant. And Afghan refugees that turn up in Europe, some of whom end up in small, leaky, dangerous boats and try and cross the channel to get to England, are termed the enemy who are trying to invade Europe. We've got to wise up and wake up. Refugees don't come from nowhere. They come, in part, because of wars that have been created by European powers invading those countries and other countries. And so it is about understanding all of that. And for Julian, he has spent his life trying to expose truths around the world, truths about the way big powers behave, truths about the way big business and corporations behave. And whilst the US has taken out the Espionage Act charge against Julian and tried to get him extradited to the USA, in reality, he was not just exposing what the USA was doing. If any cursory look through any of the documents he's produced, actually is quite embarrassing to an awful lot of governments around the world, not just the US government or the European governments, and also to the corporations around the world. So he is obviously very, very guilty of exposing a lot of very, very uncomfortable truths that the rest of the world has begun to understand. And so the treatment of Julian in prison and the treatment of Julian's case by the world's media is something that needs to be asked some very serious questions about. Julian has been on trial in central London courts over the past few years. There's been issues coming up, and there's going to be lots more coming up in the future. It is, to me, a huge story that somebody is in danger of being extradited from Britain to the USA under an extradition treaty, which even Boris Johnson admitted to me is one-sided and not very fair. Even Boris Johnson told me that in a parliamentary answer he gave me. And where is the British media in reporting this massive story on their very doorstep? I mean, it's too difficult to get from the BBC all the way down to the Strand, it's nearly 3 kilometres, in order to report a story that's going on their doorstep, and so many more. And it is as though there's an acute embarrassment by the liberal media around the world who wanted to portray Julian as a hero of information and free speech, are then embarrassed about the consequences of it and have now become relatively silent on it. So it's up to the rest of us to raise the voice all around the world for Julian, and I'm glad to say that's working. Deepa and others have put so much work and effort into doing this. We went to Washington and did an event at the National Press Club on exactly the same spot where Julian showed the film about the instructions to kill civilians in Iraq during the US occupation of it. Instructions to kill civilians as, unfortunately, people in the wrong place at the wrong time. And just showing what the brutality and crudity of war actually is. And so it is up to all the rest of us to raise that voice and raise it as loud and continuously as we can and make this a popular cause in the way that eventually, not to begin with, but eventually, for example, the campaign to free Nelson Mandela from jail became a popular cause all over the world. To begin with, it wasn't. Those of us that spoke up for Mandela at the very beginning were ridiculed, ruined, damaged, attacked, and all the rest of it just for speaking up. And so it is important to make that voice heard. But behind that, there's lots of other issues as well. So what is exposed by this is poverty, injustice, inequality, and so many other things around the world. What are those people that are attacking Julian so afraid of? Are they afraid that they will start another war somewhere else or continue a war somewhere else and the war crimes will be exposed? Whoever commits those war crimes? Are they afraid that those companies that are ripping the life out of poor countries in the world in order to get iron ore, to get aluminium, to get oil, to get crops, or whatever it is, are afraid that their power will be curtailed, that the power of a company to prosecute a country because it doesn't want to be environmentally destroyed by big business will be damaged because of the information that's there in WikiLeaks and what's been said there. There's so many implications around that. So it leads you on to one thing after another, thinking about powers that be in the world and the situation we're facing. And I'm going to just finish on a couple of thoughts here. At the moment, not far away from Europe, indeed in Europe, there is this dreadful war going on in Ukraine. Thousands have already died. Thousands more will die. Tens of thousands more will die as this war goes on. I in no way condone, support, or agree with Russia's action in invading Ukraine. Absolutely wrong thing to do. All wars end at some point with negotiations, with some kind of peace conference. Started by a ceasefire, followed by a peace process, followed by a disarmament process, followed by some kind of long-term settlement. If that doesn't happen, what's the alternative? To either have a low to medium level conflict that just goes on for decades and decades, or does it develop into something awful and appalling, where there's a hot war, a major war between NATO and Russia, and the world divided between NATO and Russia in that particular conflict. And so it's sad that the United Nations was unable to negotiate a ceasefire. It's impressive that President Ramaphosa and others in Africa, that President Lula and President Lopez Obrador in Latin America have joined together to make that call for a ceasefire and a process that will bring about some kind of peace. Otherwise, conscripted young Russians and young peace activists in Russia will be either killed or jailed. People in Ukraine will be killed, and more people will be seeking refuge all around the world. And it's not the only war that's going on. There's the war in Yemen. There's a different level of conflict in the Congo. There's a different level of conflict in West Papua. We could go on around the world looking at those things and say, well, what is real security? Is real security the ability to harm yourself, to kill somebody, or kill large numbers of people? Or is real security having enough to eat, having a home to live in, having a school for your children to go to, having a doctor and a hospital when you need one, clean air, clean water, and good quality food? That's what most people want around the world. But all this money that goes on weapons, on wars, is actually money that could go on health, on education, on housing, on environmental improvements and protection of people's lives and improvements of their living standards. The real peace dividend is to achieve those sort of issues that we're all so busy campaigning on. And so the artwork we've been shown here today, look around you, this behind me, the one here, the ones in front, the ones on the walls there, shows to me an amazing spirit, an indomitable spirit of hope. Mansoor and his friends, in the most disgusting and revolting conditions in the world, alone, forgotten, ignored, abused, tortured, had it in them to paint and write poetry, had it in them to bring about some degree of hope for the rest of the world. And it is that spirit and hope that's actually there amongst millions of people around the world. Disempowered and disenfranchised, abused and marginalized and impoverished, and young people in Europe being brought up increasingly in an individualistic society where they're told success is to make a great deal of money at the expense of the person sitting next to you in your classroom. Whereas success should be the onward improvement of the lives of all of us, and recognizing that every single human being has a right to live and a right to make their contribution to our world. So it is opposing racism, it is opposing the appalling attacks on refugees, but above all, it's about giving hope, opportunity, and inspiration to young people, that we may bequeath to them a better world than we inherited when we came onto this world. It is about social justice, attacking poverty, and all the injustices that are going on around the world. And when we win on Julian's case, when we win with the closure of Guantanamo Bay, when we win with the end of the abuse of asylum seekers and refugees in Europe and other parts of the world, then the world is made a significantly better place, and all those that are trying to make it a better place are the stronger and the better for it. Our afternoon has been wonderful. Personally, I'm delighted I came here, and I've learnt a great deal. Thank you very much.
Takk til Trygve og Tord. Takk til dere alle for å komme. Det bøker der som dere kan få signert. Det trenger ikke å gå med en gang. Dere kan mingle litt. Vi må være ute av lokalet til 7. Men innen den tid så kan man jo få gjort en del gode ting. Takk for nå.